Looks like there's 30. Looks like there's 30 cars from what I saw. Mostly.
Good evening. If I could get you all to take a seat, we're going to go ahead and get started. At this time, our Director of Maintenance, Mr. Topping, is going to offer the invocation and the pledge.
All right, let's pray. God, we thank you for your grace and your mercy, Lord, that you give us each and every day, Lord. We just thank you for an opportunity to come out to a school board meeting tonight, Lord, and exercise the freedoms that has been placed in the United States and in this county. Lord, I'd ask that wisdom be used tonight. Those that are going to speak, to guide them and use them in a positive way and not a negative way. And I just ask you to put a hedge of protection around the school board and the superintendent and the administration. Use them in a mighty way to guide and lead this county in the right direction that would be pleasing and honoring to you. And we just give you the praise and the glory for all that you bless us with. And we are mindful of our military families that are abroad. Keep them safe. Keep their families safe here while they're gone. And just we just want to say we love them and we miss them and bring them back safe, each and every one of them. And most of all, we are most thankful for your Son, Jesus Christ, that our salvation is resting. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Topping. I'd like to call to order the Clay County School Board meeting, January 21st, 2016. I'd like to welcome all the citizens of Clay County. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come and attend tonight's school board meeting. This meeting is our opportunity as your elected representatives to collaborate openly and make decisions that will decide the future direction of our public schools and the education of our children here in Clay County. If you wish to address the board, there will be an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. Please fill out a card, which you will find located in the back of the room, indicating the specific item number or topic you wish to speak about, and turn it in promptly. No additional cards will be accepted once the board moves to the discussion agenda. And as always, your participation is welcome and appreciated. So to get started, on the adoption of the consent agenda, there were 2 items that were withdrawn. Item C2 and item C22 have been withdrawn. And I would just like to read the good cause for deleting item C2, which was policy 1.02. E, revision pertaining to scheduled citizens request, is based on the complexity of the issue and the need to accurately communicate the intent, which was misconstrued through social media and public concern. So at this time, I would like to ask Mr. Sykes would like to make a comment on that, please.
Thank you very much. Very shortly, the rule that we had proposed we got in Lee County and is very similar to the rule that has been adopted by the Duval County school system. They have a rule specifically that outlines, that forbids public comment. I'll cite it to you in a second. In quasi-judicial proceedings. It's Duval County Public Schools. It's under Governance 2.261K. And it basically says no comments during quasi-judicial proceedings. What we're doing here is not trying to prohibit free speech. It doesn't do that in the slightest bit. What it addressed was the due process rights and the rights to privacy that we protect for both the students and the teachers, and equality in the process. But we can address it at a later time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment, please?
No, we're going to move on.
No, I have a question about just the procedural part of it, not the topic itself.
Okay.
When we have an item on the agenda that is pulled by a board member to the discussion part of our agenda, I don't feel that it should be withdrawn without notifying the board member, asking why. I mean, obviously I pulled it to discuss it because look at this room. There's 200 people here who want to talk about it. So
the reason it was pulled.
Well, I understand the reason. I understand what Mr. Sykes just said. I'm asking, I didn't see anything in our policy that gave permission to withdraw an item when it's been pulled for discussion. And
Well-
I kind of take offense to that. That this
I'm
is the
sorry you
second
take
time
offense to that,
this
Ms.
has happened
Karakis.
with an item I've pulled. So.
The item was pulled because of most of these people are here to talk about rezoning, and so we have a lot of items on our agenda tonight, and I want to make sure that all of these people have an opportunity to speak, and that because the item was misconstrued, we're just not going to bring it to the board tonight. It doesn't need to be brought up. It's not going to come before this board.
Well, I think
So-
maybe in the future the
And
board should
the board
discuss
did
how
know
a
because
withdrawn item is.
I copied
Well,
everybody.
yes, you did. You notified me that an item I pulled for discussion that I was prepared to discuss has now been withdrawn.
And as the
So-
chairman, I have the right to do that.
Very well. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So
Madam,
we're going to move on.
Madam
I'm
Chair-
going to ask the audience, please, we have a long night ahead of us, and there's a lot of people that are here to speak. So when we get to the topics that everybody's here for, and we start calling the cards, I'm going to ask you, I'll call the first person up, and I'm going to ask the person who is next in line to kind of take a position behind them so that we can move everybody through pretty quickly, because we have quite a few cards.
Madam Chairman,
So we're going to move on.
I have
We're-
a question.
We're going to
Madam.
move on, Ms. Studdard. You can save it for
I
the
have
end.
a question, Madam Chairman.
Ms. Studdard, you are out of order. We are
No,
going
I'm
to
not,
move on.
Madam Chairman. I have a question to ask before you proceed.
I am going to entertain a motion
I'd like to hear what she has to
I'm going to entertain a motion, Ms. Karakis
I'd
and
like
Ms.
to hear what
Studdard.
she has to say. She's
She
a
can-
board member. She has every right to be
That's
heard.
right, she does, but we are going to move this proceeding along. We are not going to drag this issue
I
out.
had
It
a
is not on the
suggestion.
agenda.
I have a suggestion to try to make some room so that people might have a place to sit, if you don't mind, Madam Chairman.
Okay. I thought you were going to talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please. What I wanted to ask you, and I didn't mean to be out of order, was of the, I don't know how many speaker cards you have for the 3 minutes, but are any of those cards for anything other than the Oakleaf rezoning issue? Because some people had written me that they wanted to address make comments about the item that was deleted, and my suggestion is, if you or the board agreed, is so that we could clear the room so that more people wouldn't be standing here for hours till the rezoning comes up at the end of the meeting, that we go ahead and allow the people who wanted to address that issue, let them speak, and then they would be welcome to leave, and then all of these people standing around the back of the room could have a place to sit. I think that would be polite, rather than making those people who wanted to address the public comments on the public being able to speak to the board, to let them go ahead instead of
Ms.
having to
Studdard.
sit here through the entire meeting till late tonight.
I have one card.
That's
Speak
it.
to that item, one card.
I would like to
Okay.
give them an opportunity to speak and leave.
I had put
if they'd
them at
like.
presentations. I had put them at the end for presentations from the audience because there's no C2 item on the agenda.
Well, that's why I was asking for a courtesy to let them go ahead and speak.
There's one.
Okay.
Okay, I will entertain a motion for adoption of the
I'll move approval.
yes, I'm sorry. We have one card for the consent agenda, but Mr. Nichols had put in a card for C4, not C10. Mr. Nichols, are you speaking to C4 or C10?
Yes, ma'am, C4.
C4, I
Public
got
consent
you. yeah.
agenda.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Keith Nichols. My address is on the card, and I had already prepared a speech for this, but it was kind of snarky, and I just kind of figured that the numbers were kind of dramatic, and I didn't need to be snarky tonight. For the people that are here for Oakleaf, one of the things I want to explain to you about what I'm talking about is the personnel consent agenda is basically a snapshot that comes out every month that talks about how the workforce is being handled. And this month we had 28 support employees that left employment with the county. Out of those 28 people, 20 of them were just flat-out resignations, people that just got tired and quit. And the sad part is this has been a continuing trend since the beginning of the school year. And one of the things that I've always brought up when I've talked up here is that, and this has been confirmed by the board, it's actually been something that's been vetted by the board, is that 30% of the support employees are drawing annualized salaries that are below federal poverty levels. And right now, that puts a lot of them in the position where they have to choose between food or medicine a lot of time. And I'm sitting here thinking, you know, I'm looking at ways to try to solve the situation and make it better. And one of the ideas I came up with, and I know that this is going to be dismissed out of hand by several members of the board, but I think there's some of you that will probably listen to this and go, you know, this is something that we might want to think about and talk about. Right now, we have several properties that are setting fallow that are not doing anything. They're scheduled to be used for new construction on schools in the next decade or so, but right now they're not being used for anything. And one of the things I thought we could do is maybe we could use those properties and turn them into community gardens for the people that are having problems being able to make ends meet. We could alleviate one side of the one side of the circle that they have there, and be able to give them the ability to put some food on their table that's not going to cost them an arm and a leg. And I've talked to a few people, and I've got some reasonable requests from people thinking that it's a pretty good idea. Now, I'm kind of going to have to leave that to you, but one of the things that has been said up here before about people in the support department is, you know, when it comes to summer, since they're not making so much money, why don't they just go out and get a job? Well, think about this. When it comes around to summer, you're going to have about 3,000 to 4,000 people dropped on an economy that can barely afford to keep up with what it's got right now. And then you're going to have these people go to an employer and say, here's the deal. I can only work for you for about 2.5 months. That's not going to happen. That's unrealistic. If you do this with the community garden, you have a chance to give them a place to work in summer, to be able to grow food for themselves, and maybe, just maybe, be able to help alleviate some of this problem without breaking the bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Okay, all right. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for adoption of the consent agenda, minus the 2 items that have been withdrawn.
I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
I have a motion for approval by Ms. Gilhousen, a second by Ms. Karakis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving to recognitions and awards. We're going to recognize the junior high and senior high academic championship teams. Mr. Wingate.
All right. Good evening, board, superintendent. Hey, let's talk about kids for a second. How about that one, okay?
Hey.
All right. Tonight, this time of year we get around to a lot of teams that win awards, a lot of individual students that win awards, teachers that win awards, and so this is the time of year we like to bring them in front of the board for that recognition. Tonight we've got 3 teams joining us. We've got our academic winners of our secondary schools, junior high, JV, and varsity. So tonight I want to introduce the coaches here. If not, we've got an administrator, I believe, from each school. We want to have the teams come up. We're going to have them come up at one at a time, so we can introduce them. So first of all, let me announce the junior high champion academic team. And if you've been to one of those matches, I tell you, it gets pretty tense in there and everything. You can feel the stress and the competition. And that's so encouraging to see these students out there performing academically. And it is quite embarrassing when you sit there and hear about 100 questions and maybe you got about 5 of them right and they get about 95 right. So again, it's just another example of great students that we have here in Clay County. So the junior high champions, right at this time we would like the entire Oakleaf Junior High academic team to come on up. The entire team right there.
All right.
It's a school night. It's a school night. Their principal is here. I don't think the coach is here. Mark Miller, the coach, academic team, is he here tonight? Guys, you know if he's here? Okay. Let me have the principal come up real quick. He's going to say just a few words, and then we'll get to the high school team. So, Mr. Anthony Williams.
Good evening. Good evening, board. Good evening, visitors. I'd like to say something about this academic team. As you know, they won last year and they were undefeated. And can you believe it? This year they did it again.
Wow.
What a great accomplishment. Mr. Miller was not able to be here tonight because he's a referee for for the basketball games tonight, but I'm here on his behalf. And I just want to tell all the students I'm proud of them for representing Oak Leaf Junior High School, and go Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, real quick. Guys, are your parents?
Where's our photographer? Where's our school district photographer?
Did you want the parents to come up and get their picture?
I can assure you they have more members on the team than this. Thank you, Oakleaf Jr. Great job there, guys. Thank you, Mr. Williams. All right, and for our senior high division, we have the JV team. Again, the JV academic champions of Clay County. We would like to ask at this time their coach, Jennifer Bradley, and Fleming Allen High School JV academic team. Come on up. Guys, one at a time, just come on and say your name real fast, okay? Come on by and say your name here real quick. Come on.
Mitchell Robert.
Erica Morrissey.
Oakview Pope.
Finian Covey Shannon.
William Chandler.
All right, that's the JV academic teams. And just stay here just for a second, because joining them as the academic county champions is the varsity team from Fleming Allen High School. So give a hand for the varsity academic team champions. And we do have their principal, and let's bring him on up, Mr. Tom Pittman from Fleming Allen High School. Come on up. Can you enter, Ms. Gray, can you say their names? Do you know their names? Okay, all right. Do you know their names? All right. If we could get those varsity team members, just come over and again, also just say your name real quick, and then we'll let you have a seat. All right, varsity team.
Aiden Adriano. Good evening, I'm Alexa Clark.
Chris Day. I'm Gabe Adriano.
Ms. Brad, thank you so much. Fleming Allen High JV varsity, congratulations, great job. And I'm sure we'll probably see a couple of you on the all-county academic team in the years to come, this year or years to come. Thank you, board. Thank you, superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Wingate. Okay, we're going to move into presenters. We have a CTE Academy presentation to be given by Ms. Cherie Stewart.
Hey, come on, Miss Stewart.
Roll Tide,
Thank
Miss Sutter,
you.
Roll Tide.
I love it.
Hey, I was rooting for them
Good,
that whole
good,
night.
good, good,
Until
good.
1 in the morning.
Thank you. Okay.
was C10. Thank you. Actually, okay. Thank you. You have one. Probably got a bunch of them, huh?
Somebody is not happy.
There it is, yeah.
All right, so I'm out of there. Promise. All right. Well, good evening, and glad to be here tonight. Hopefully you guys are. This evening, what I want to do, hopefully you notice that there's a pattern here. I had some discussion last month, some this month. Next month is actually CTE month, so when I come next month, we'll come with goodies. But we're doing some really neat things with our academies, and I really like to try to showcase some of the better things we're doing and invite you guys as school board members and staff to be parts of some of the things we have going on. So just want to take a few minutes. If you'll just follow along, I do have a few things that I've handed out to you, and I'll tell you about those in just a second as well. We all know our mission and vision. Essentially, it's based around rigor and relevance for our students. It's also based on lifelong learning and students being successful during and after their high school career. So we won't go over mission and vision. You're going to see them on there most of the time when I speak. One of the items that I handed out to you was what we call a RAC card or a POM card. I asked Ms. Carricks to pass those out because I failed to do so initially. What that has on the back is what you'll see up here, which is a list of all of our schools, all of our high schools, all the academies that are housed within those schools. You will see that the number of academies essentially correlates to the number of students. The smaller schools have a smaller number of academies. Each one of those academies has pathways underneath it, so that's a very important thing. Real quick, I'm not going to go over all those. That's why I gave you a RAC card. Rena Lee, I'll give you one of those. I got some of those in my bag. So that's just what's up there, the different academies. I will tell you, at all of our high schools, we have some academies that are similar. So we have some that are business related at all of our high schools. At 5 of our 7 high schools, we have an academy that's got culinary contained in it in some way, and that's kind of what we're going to talk about tonight. But my point is, at a lot of our high schools, they can get the same sort of academy, but there's also some very specific things at each high school that are different and unique. So tonight, what I want to do is take a few minutes and just talk about what academies are, that they're small learning communities. And I'm doing that this month through our culinary academies, just to show you what the components of an academy are about. They're about small learning communities. They're about business partners, which is this document we'll talk about in just a second. They're talking about field trips. They're about activities for students. They're about real life. So some of the things, let's just look at some of the slides, and I'm going to actually back up. These are actually Ridgeview High School students that you see on these slides. These are all culinary slides, and these are a couple of different things. One of the things we do with our academies is we have guest speakers. So the picture on the left is a guest speaker that is a professional chef that's come in, and then you've got the kids doing some different things. The picture on the right is Mr. Martinez, which is our teacher and former chef for, I think, the Marines. I hope I said that right, because I'll probably get in trouble if I did that wrong. On this slide, this is just an example of an article we did, and what I highlighted in there is you'll see Daytona State College is highlighted, and you'll also see the National Restaurant Association. That's something else we do with our academies. We tie them to college and career. So this was a specific event that 4 out of 5 of our culinary academies attended a couple of months ago. Down at Daytona State College, they hosted it. The kiddos that won first place, which we had Orange Park High School win an event in first place. We had Keystone win an event in first place. Those students were given a $1,000 scholarship to that school. So if they choose to attend that school, they've all walked away with a $1,000 scholarship for competing. So what I want you to see is that we work with college, We also work with the industry. The National Restaurant Association helped provide that activity and that competition. These are some of your kiddos. So this is Ridgeview, Middleburg, and Keystone. Is that right? And Orange Park. The one on the right-hand side is the Orange Park team. These are some of our Clay High kiddos, and the big thing in dealing with this picture and Clay High specifically is business partners. They had some business partners come in. Obviously, this was gingerbread houses during Christmas time, but they had business partners come in and work with them and judge them and that kind of thing. We really try with our academies, no matter what they are, culinary or otherwise, to get those business partners into the classroom. We also try to get our kiddos out to them. Lots of kids think they want to be a nurse or a vet, or I mean, my number one go-to is the vet, because you guys know that I taught agriculture. So I one time took some kids to a vet's office where they were doing surgery. One of my kids passed out within about 5 minutes. But the great thing was, the guy that was doing the work on this horse that they had knocked out, he heard her. He heard her hit the wall. So he comes out. He says, "Who passed out?" And she's kind of hiding her face, and she's like, "Me." He's like, "I passed out the first time I saw a surgery too." So, I mean, but that's what it's all about. It's about getting them into the field, getting them to see what they think they want to do, because a lot of times they may change their mind. So hands-on learning is something that's a very important part. Skills. You see these young people doing some tough stuff here. Okay, this is at one of their competitions. Again, those are skills that they will need in real life, especially if they go into the culinary world. They are learning things in their high school and junior high school classes that they can take with them when they leave high school. And in doing so, they also have some certifications in most areas that they can take with them as well. Here's some more of our kiddos. A couple of the industry certifications you can do with our culinary program specifically. They can do the ProStart, Safe Staff, Serve Safe. There's lots of different industry certs that they can use. We have kids come back all the time that maybe have gone to some sort of culinary school, and because they had these certifications, that counted for some of their coursework, so it saved them a lot of money as well as probably getting them a job somewhere making more than minimum wage because they have that industry cert. Just some more of our kiddos. So this is another document you have, and this is one of the important ones I want you to see. I think I gave everybody a copy of this. Another reason I'm up here tonight is to tell you about our Academy Expos. So we're trying to do a really good job at really getting the word out, and this is one way we want to do it. So our Academy Expos at all 7 high schools are on a different night within the month of February. What I would ask you to do as board members and staff, take your time to go to one of those. They're really nice to see. The energy is amazing in the room. It's really, if you haven't been, you need to go. So I've given you 7 options, 7 different nights. Please take the time to try to go to any of those. If you have any questions, let me know. Also, if you can see on the bottom of the PowerPoint slide, it says February 16th. On that day, all guidance counselors from the high schools will be visiting those junior highs, and they'll have our academy handbooks, and they'll be talking about the different academy options for them. So put that on y'all's calendar. I'm going to be looking for you. And then one last thing. I'm going to back up so I can kind of leave that slide on there. One last thing that I gave you guys was our business partner guide. That's also a big part of what we do in our office, especially as we go out, we talk to Rotaries and that sort of thing, trying to get more business partners involved. So I have handed you a couple of business partner guides. I got some more. So if you'd like to have some more to give to your buddies or somebody at your Rotary, okay, I've got them. Please look at them. They're a great document, and we need more business partners every day. So y'all have any questions for me? I don't know if I hit everything on my list. Rena Lee told me to be fast tonight, but I don't know if I succeeded. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Before we move on to the superintendent's update, I just wanted to make mention, item C10 that was in the consent agenda was Proclamation 1609 that we voted on and passed, and I just want to read that into the record. National School Counseling Week 2016 will be celebrated to focus public attention on the unique contribution of professional school counselors. National School Counseling Week highlights the tremendous impact that school counselors can have in helping students achieve school success and plan for a career. So this is Proclamation 16-09, National School Counseling Week. Whereas school counselors are employed in public and private schools to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development. And whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children, and whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves, and whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can help enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society, and whereas comprehensive development school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the education process that enables all students to achieve success in school. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the School Board of Clay County does hereby proclaim February 1st through the 5th of 2016 as National School Counseling Week, duly adopted and approved by the School Board of Clay County, Florida, this 21st day of January 2016. Thank you. All right, moving on to Superintendent's update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a note on the Counselor Week. We're blessed in Clay County to have people every day working with our students that just show great initiative. And through several grants written over the past 5 years with the Department of Defense, we've received several military-related counselors at many of our schools. I see a few men and women here tonight in uniform, so you're probably already aware of that, but they provide specially counseling services related to military families that key in on the particular needs of those parents that are serving in uniform, and some extra stability for your students. So if you're at a school and have not been aware of that, or you just transferred back from a deployment or a OCONUS trip for a couple of years, one, welcome back, and two, ask your front office if there's a military-related counselor there. If you haven't been connected with one yet, there likely is. Secondly, right before we get into our academic update, a gentleman earlier mentioned the idea of some community gardens. Interestingly enough, in the last couple of weeks, I've had several conversations with a group that's willing to come alongside of us that is agriculturally oriented, and look at doing some community garden pilots, one to feed the people who need more food, and we've had our ag and science instructional specialists come and sit down with them to try to weave in the science and agricultural educational related standards to that community garden effort, and explore the possibility of making field trips available to our students beyond the great FFA programs that we have all over the county. So thank you for that suggestion, and we are actually looking into that. Just to kind of bring you up to speed, in the spring last year, all students in Florida were tested on the FSA. In December this year, the Commissioner of Education published some proposed cut scores to the state board, and based on those proposed cut scores, basically coming up with what the score the students actually made, what would that mean in terms of school grades, made a recommendation to the State Board of Education. Florida's State Board of Education on January 6th adopted Commissioner Stewart's cut score recommendation. So on February 9th, just in a couple of weeks, school grades will be published. That will be the final school grades for the 14-15 school year, and we're expecting that those will be in line with the projections we had before the State Board adopted those. So I said a lot of words if it didn't make sense, I'll try to hang out after and clarify it. But the grades, if you're aware of your school grade that was projected in December, it's likely that will be the permanent school grade for this year. And we'll know that for sure on February 9th. At this time, I'd like to call up Mr. Jeff Umball, our Assistant Superintendent for Instruction, to go over our graduation rates and general academic data.
Thank you, Superintendent. So we've got lots of stuff to celebrate, and like he said, it's official on February the 9th, but we have no reason to believe that it will not be the case beyond February 9th. And so we're just going to go ahead and celebrate all of the good news that we have, both for our schools that have bumped up a grade, that have maybe kept an A, and then also I'll finish up by kind of digging in a little bit on the high school graduation rates. We can look at some subgroups the way the state does, and you will be quite pleased, I believe, being on our board to see just the great work that's happening system-wide, and that, as I say, we are in fact trending up. So let's take a look first at our biggest success stories. These are folks who have bumped up at least one letter grade this year. We've got Keystone Elementary, Patterson, Tynes, McCray, Orange Park Junior, and Clay High School. And of special note is the work at Wilkinson Junior High, where those folks bumped up 2-letter grades this past year.
That's awesome.
Our A elementary schools, I almost couldn't fit them on one slide, but I did it. Lakeside, Patterson, Orange Park, Argyle, Coppergate, Shadowlawn, Oakleaf Village, Plantation Oaks, Thunderbolt, Lake Asbury, and Fleming Island Elementary.
Awesome.
Our A junior high schools this year are Lake Asbury, Lakeside, and Green Cove Springs Junior. They finally got rid of that principal they had out there. Our A high schools, proud to say Fleming Island, Ridgeview, and Oakleaf kept their A's this year. And Clay High School climbs from a B to an A to join this good group here. So let's take a closer look at our graduation rates in Clay County. You've heard probably already on a press release about a 9.5% gain over the last few years, and so I'm going to break that down for you a little bit here on these final slides. Right here, actually, it originally said data, let's break it down, and I had a picture of MC Hammer, and I decided to move on and not do it. Break out my old parachute pants. So the first subgroup that we'll look at is the graduation rate. One of the so the ways that the state breaks it down is by ethnic groups as well as socioeconomic status, special education, things like that. And what you're going to see is that every single one of these slides is positive. And with all of them, I use the same color scheme because I thought that would be cool. We'll go with yellow is the state of Florida and red is Clay County on each one of these slides. Okay, so you'll notice in 2011 that actually the state of Florida, we are under the average in reaching Caucasian students. So we continue to climb. We just now have barely edged up above the state average, but it's a 6.3% increase with Caucasian kids over the last 4 years. As we look at the rate with Hispanic students, I want you to just soak that in on what has happened over the last 4 years. A 24% increase with this group of students. In 2011, what that number is right there was 59.6% of our Hispanic students were graduating, and now we are at 83.6% in 2015, and again, that's nearly 7% above how they're doing around the state of Florida. We beat the state average, as you can see there, for 3 years. Again, remember, Clay County is in red on your bar graph there. As we look at African American students, we're consistently above the state average. 66.4% is that number you're seeing there in 2011, where we're just barely over the average. And now we bumped up to 82.1%. That's a 15.7% increase. Woo! And if you think about those numbers for a second, it says if you have an African American student and send them to a Clay County school, there is no question that your child is going to receive an exceptional education compared to anywhere else in Florida. We are doing a better job of reaching your child than most other counties in the state of Florida, and we can hang our hat on that as we continue to focus on every single child. So some other highlights, some other ways that the state breaks down data. Like I said, you will see that every single one of these numbers is positive. Let me try to just explain the subgroups just a teeny bit in case you're not familiar. When they use a phrase like poverty, they actually use the phrase like low socioeconomic status, and they are just simply looking at a free and reduced lunch forms. So that's how a child, regardless of whether they're at a so-called Title I school or not, if they have a free and reduced lunch form, they get put into this group that the state looks at to see how you do. We've gotten better with poverty children. Special education children, that is about 1/4 of our kids. We've got 36,000 some students in Clay County, 9,000 and some have some type of a label. Now keep in mind, in Florida, interestingly enough, gifted is considered an ESC label. So about of that 9,000, 2,000 and some have a gifted label. The other 7,000 and some would be considered, to be disabled in that sense, either physical or a mental disability. At risk, let me explain how that label happens. In 8th grade, if a child struggles on their old FCAT, now FSA test, and score low, like a level 1, level 2, the state now monitors that child to see whether schools are able to close the gap. And if I struggle in my 8th grade test, now I am officially considered at risk. And I'm pleased to say that over the last 4 years, we've gotten 14% better at graduating those children. So it's really a full system-wide effort that we have. So all in all, that's how we come out with the number that you've probably seen on the press release. When you put everybody back into the soup and you look at the whole thing, we're at 9.5% increase, and that's nearly 6% above where Florida is now after the 2014-2015. We went from 74.2% of our students graduating up to, we are now at 83.7% in 2015, a 9.5% climb. And so finally, I'll say this. You heard Sharice talk to you a little bit about the academies. Academies are something that we've done well in Clay County for years, and it was one of the things we looked at to say, okay, our kids who are in academies are doing well. How could we replicate that with more and more of our kids? And that was the impetus for the decision to go wall-to-wall academies, to reproduce that kind of success. Because our high schools are kind of like our canaries in the coal mine. If the canary passes away, the miner knows to get out of the coal mine, right? And it's the same way our high schools, if they are happy and healthy and we're showing a trend that goes up, that's a system-wide look at how we're doing, right? A kid doesn't show up a blank slate in 9th grade. They come in a product of wonderful pre-K through 8th grade education. And so our high school graduation rates now are something that the entire system can rejoice in and celebrate and use to make some decisions on whether or not we're headed in the right direction. I'll tell you, earlier this week I had the opportunity to talk to Representative Cummings as well as Senator Rob Bradley about our Academy initiative. They were both very familiar with it. They were excited about it, and they said there are lots of folks around Florida that are actually watching Clay County for how we're doing and where we're going, because they're excited. Because, we can't rest on our laurels, right? If we level out now, then it's all for naught. We've got to, because let's be honest, the only graduation rate that's okay is 100%.
That's right.
Right?
Yep.
So we've still got 16-point-something% to go, and we won't rest until we get there. It's through rigor, it's through relevance, and it's through relationships, and that's what I think you see system-wide with our wonderful folks throughout the system. Okay? Thank you very much. Any questions?
Can you make that PowerPoint presentation available?
Sure.
To the board members? I think that would be wonderful to have.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
I can send that to you.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Umball. It is indeed exciting to see the success. We have teachers, coaches, our administrators, support staff every day really nugging it out for our students. The one part that Mr. Umball didn't mention till the end there was those relationships. And as your children move through their high school experience, we're working harder and harder to cohort them in these academies. So not only are they getting academic focus, their math lessons, their papers they're writing in English language arts and their social studies around an area that's relevant that they had input into, like the culinary or aviation or electrical. But we're trying to group the teachers, the guidance counselors, and the assistant principals as closely as we can with the same group of kids from 9th through 12th grade. So if your student does struggle, you are on that deployment. We have some adults in those students' lives that see them for more than just one semester or a year and are able to pick up on those subtle changes that happen sometimes during those adolescent years and really grab that child by the hand and get them on through, and we're enjoying some success at that. So I thank you, everybody that's involved with that, whether you're here tonight and work with us, whether you're a parent or a business partner that volunteers with us. It is incredible to see. The other piece of positive news I wanted to share with you tonight is our financial outlook has improved, and Dr. Susan Legutko, our Assistant Superintendent for Business Affairs, is going to share some with you on that.
Hello? Yes. Yes, as you all know, we did receive the third calculation, and going back, our original budget we had submitted at the beginning of the year, we were projecting a potential fund balance of about 2.35, and of course we were staying the course to achieve those numbers. However, since the third calculation came in, we had an increase of FTEs, which equated to about a $6.4 million additional revenue to the district. I did send you or communicated how those dollars were allocated, and I just wanted to go over that just real brief. The following activities between now and the end of the funds. Okay, the $6.4 million. Off that, the $1.3 million represented categorical funds, which are restricted funds. And of course, those funds do go back into those categorical programs. So based on that, in addition, from September through December, through board meetings, we approved special certain allocations. And those allocations, of course, were deducted from our original budgeted fund balance. So that equated to a $1.2 million, of which we restored to our books. In addition, there was a set aside for terminal pay. As you know, terminal pay has increased over the last couple of years. And as we presented our original budget, I was not able to budget the total amount that was reasonable to support for the end of this year, which was about $3 million. We only had about $1.7 million available. So with that, in order to restore or make that account whole, there was an additional $1.3 million set aside for that allocation. Of course, the remaining funds were about $2.5 million, which was allocated over to our unrestricted fund balance, which potentially and projected, again, because this is just half the year, we are only receiving half of the dollars at this point. Currently, right now, based on numbers, we are slightly above the 3%, which is good news at this point. Of course, if we stay the course and we continue to be diligent and review our spending, take a look at all of our expenditures, watch our purchases and things like maintain our level spending based on our current budget, collect, of course, 100% of our projected revenue, which includes our local taxes. This is just a proportionate share. The FEFP is just a part of our total budget. So if we maintain and collect about 100% of our projected revenue, the district is
is looking at being at around or slightly above 3% at the end of June 30th, 2016, which I believe is good news. We just need to stay the course. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. I think that's some of the best news I've heard in a while.
Well, that's an effort, and I can tell you my first week as superintendent, I sat down and Dr. Copeland briefed me. We had $4 million in the bank, somewhere between 1 and 2%, and to sit at 9, again, that's a reflection of our people in every area being very, very good fiscal stewards with the very few dollars that we've had to deal with. We've had to really scrimp and present really tight, balanced budgets while we've watched the price of everything go up around us. And with that stewardship being tight, with no extra dollars to add to anything, our people have worked hard, our students have worked hard and brought these great gains. So I could not be more pleased or proud as your superintendent to be able to share those things with you tonight. So I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay. We did have one yellow card to speak to item D1. That was Mr. Nichols. Did you still want to speak to this issue? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Moving on, next is D2, Human Resources Special Action. There are none this evening. The next item up is under Support Services, D3, Attendance Boundary Realignment. Before we bring this to the floor, and before we take yellow cards, I'm going to allow Mr. Merrill to present his presentation, and then we will go ahead and take comments from the audience.
Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. Before we get started into the presentation, I'd like to put to rest some rumors or some information out there that's not quite accurate. First of all, the vote this evening is not to approve or disapprove these boundaries. The vote this evening is only to authorize us to advertise the intent that we're going to look at revising the attendance boundaries. Give our municipalities in the BCC an opportunity to respond, and give us an opportunity to go out into the public, hold town hall meetings in the affected areas, and get their input and recommendations. The attached proposal is not firm. It's a starting point. It's something that we have developed over the course of months through the support services side, the transportation side, and the instructional side. And as I said, it's a starting point, and we're not married to it. The vote to actually approve or disapprove any boundary recommendations will come in March. And so between now and March 22nd, school board will be talking to the public, taking their recommendations, and the proposal we come back with in March may not look like this at all. So this vote this evening is only to authorize us to advertise and go out and talk to the public and get recommendations from the public.
Okay.
I think it's not a surprise to anybody that we have an overcrowding problem out at the Oak Leaf area in all 5 of the schools out there. We've read about it, we've seen about it on TV, and something needs to be done about it. So we took a look at realigning the attendance zones for those schools out in that area. Before we started, we listed a set of priorities that we wanted to follow and adhere to. First was to provide every child with a quality education. And I think that goes without saying is everybody's #1 priority for this exercise. We want to optimize the use of existing facilities. We want to reduce the overcrowding in the schools that are overcrowded and fully utilize those that are underutilized at this point in time. And there are some out there. We wanted to keep neighborhoods together. We didn't want to draw boundary lines that split neighborhoods. We realized kids make friends at school, but generally the ones they play with in the afternoon are the ones in their own community. So we didn't want to be splitting a community and having some children attend one school, other children attend another school. So we wanted to keep that as together as possible. We want to minimize the number of families disrupted. We wanted to reduce the domino effect. We didn't want to take kids from school B, move them to school A, then take kids from school C and move them to school B. We would disrupt twice as many families that way, and if we could minimize it to the number of families that were affected, I feel this is a positive thing. We're taking a look at long-term solutions to correct existing issues, primarily with the new developments we've got coming out here, and anticipate future developments and plan accordingly. And finally, we wanted to maximize the efficiency of our bus routes, because there is going to be some transportation cost increase as a result of this. Real quick on the methodology that we used, we had two basic sets of data. We call the first the census data. Even though it was started with the 2010 census, it has been updated continually with the Geographical Information System, or GIS. We get input from the county. We merge that with our own focus data, and that shows us all the kids in a particular area. It includes kids that go to our school, it includes homeschool kids, it includes McKay scholarships, it includes charter schools, so it includes every child in that area, in that geographical area. We also worked with actual enrollment data, and we took this at the 10-day count. We've kept with this number throughout this exercise, even though the numbers have gone up and down. Just to be consistent, we've stayed with that enrollment data at the 10-day count. How we figured out what would happen with redistricting. We took the original zone, as we saw on the previous slide. We redrew the lines. In this case, Argyle Elementary 1, we called it Argyle Elementary 1 option. And then we went back and took a look at the census data. How many kids, how many families were in the new area? We took a look at that, and in this particular case, Argyle grew by 209 students. We couldn't just take that 209 and apply it to the current enrollment, because there's kids in there that don't go to our schools or homeschooled or whatever. So what we did is we found out what percentage increase was that in the census data. In this case for Argyle, it was a 37% increase over the original boundaries. We took that 37%, applied it to the there we go. Applied it to the current enrollment on a grade-by-grade level to come up with a projected enrollment with the new attendance boundaries. There's going to be some slop in there. There's going to be some inaccuracies, but overall we think that's a pretty good model to apply, and we used it consistently throughout our study here. Taking a look at the Oakleaf area schools. This is the growth we've seen in the four primary schools in the Oakleaf area. As you can see, Oakleaf Village Elementary, each of these shows the date and the enrollment at that date in June 13, 14, 15, and particularly June 15, 2015, when we closed out last school year, and August 15, 2015, when we opened up this school year. We can see Oakleaf Village Elementary is fairly consistent, up and down a little bit. Oakleaf Junior High, the same thing, a gradual increase. Plantation Oaks Elementary, when they closed out the school in June 2015, they had 1,093. When we opened up school, first day of school, we had an increase of 161 students at Plantation Oaks Elementary. I built 7 portable sites at at Plantation Oaks Elementary and filled them up. I've got only 3 portable sites left, which equates to about 55 to 60 children that we could accommodate. After that, I'm going to have to start digging up playgrounds in order to put more portables out there, and I don't want to do that. Taking a look at Oakleaf High School, the enrollment, as you can see, went up, and when they shut down last June of 2015, they were at 2076. When they opened up in August of 2015, they had gained 270 students. Wow. So we have an issue out at Oakleaf as far as overcrowding in some of our schools. Taking a look at the number of building permits that have been issued. All of last year is on the left-hand side, and there was a total of about 811 building permits issued. The ones that are highlighted in yellow are the ones that are in the Oakleaf area and affect the Oakleaf schools. The second column is the number of building permits as of December 30th of this year, so about half a year's worth. And we can see a comparison. Eagle Landing, a total of 47 last year, 33 for this half year, so we double that, we expect 66 out of there. Forest Hammock has dropped a little bit, a total of 130 last year. So far, 52 permits have been pulled this year. So they're slowing down just a little bit. Pine Ridge Plantation, Two Creeks, Village Center, and Willowbrook, you can see the numbers there. Again, taking a look at the elementary schools first. Plantation Oaks Elementary is at 95% capacity right now, and as I said, little room for expansion. I've only got 3 extra portable sites available at Plantation Oaks Elementary. Oakleaf Village Elementary is at 87%. We have 6 vacant portable sites there in order to expand. And Argyle is at 76% capacity, and I have 12 vacant portable sites there that I could use. And as we've seen, growth continues in the Oakleaf area. This is the current zones, the current attendance zones for those 3 elementary schools. There's Argyle. The one in the middle is Oakleaf Village Elementary. And the one at the end is Plantation Oaks Elementary. Looking at the major developments in those areas, we can say they're all in Plantation Oaks Elementary's zone. This is Forest Hammock up here, estimating a total of about 800 homes in there. They're about 2/3 built out. This is Eagle Landing, 1,500 homes in there. Again, they're about 2/3 built out, so there's about 500 homes left. And this is a new subdivision that is working through the channels now. They haven't started pushing trees over or doing anything, but we're expecting about 1,000 homes in that area right there. Countywide, we average about 20 to 21 elementary students per 100 homes. In these new developments, we're finding they're younger families, and we're seeing about 30 to 32 kids per 100 homes. So we can expect probably 60 to 70 more kids from the Forest Hammock area. With 500 homes left at Eagle Landing, we expect probably another 150 kids from that area. And then there's a couple other smaller areas, Willowbrook, in this area right across from Oakleaf High School. We can expect probably about 30 or 40 more kids in that area coming from there. So what we tried to do was take a look at where we could keep communities together, relocate the communities, in this case to Argyle Elementary since it was underutilized, and still build in enough growth so that we wouldn't have to do this again for several years for Plantation Oaks Elementary. So we needed to take enough students and move them to Argyle that Argyle could absorb them, but still leave growth available for Plantation Oaks Elementary. We looked at several different options, and this is what we came up with, bringing Forest Hammock over to Argyle Elementary School. This is for your benefit, this is an overview, but we have a meeting scheduled next Tuesday at Argyle Elementary School to talk to the Forest Hammock folks, and we'll go over in detail on how this recommendation was come about. As we see, by moving Forest Hammock, we transfer roughly 200 students from Plantation Oaks Elementary to Argyle Elementary. Argyle has capacity to hold those, and it leaves Plantation Oaks Elementary with basically 200 vacant seats. And remember, we had 150 kids from Eagles Landing that we can see built out in there, as well as 30 to 40 from Willowbrook. So that meets the demand that we project.
Excuse me, can we please just calm down so we can finish listening to the presentation? Thank you.
Taking a look at the junior high school, although the growth at the junior high has been moderate, those kids from Plantation Oaks Elementary that hit the school last year are going to be going to Oakleaf Junior High School. And so we have an upcoming problem there. This is Oakleaf Junior High School's current attendance zone. Basically, it's a compilation of all 3, Argyle, Oakleaf Village, and Plantation Oaks Elementary. Looking at trying to give Oakleaf Junior, again, they're at 95% capacity. Trying to find them a little breathing room while we come up with a permanent fix for the junior high school situation. The proposal, it's kind of hard to see on this slide, is that we're going to keep the 6th graders or the 5th graders at Argyle Elementary this year. We're going to keep them at Argyle Elementary for one more year as 6th graders. And then hopefully soon we'll be able to come up with a situation where we'll have a permanent fix for the, not this 15-16 school year, for the 16-17 school year.
Okay.
And you can see by holding those 5th graders to 6th grade, we relieve Oakleaf Junior High of about 100 students. And that takes them down to about 85% and gives them breathing room to start to absorb those kids coming in from Plantation Oaks Elementary.
Okay.
Oakleaf Area High School. Again, they had a 270 plus up at the beginning of this year. They're at 95% of capacity as well, and they have only 5 vacant portable spaces out there. For a high school, that equates to about 100 to 125 students. Orange Park High School has an enrollment of 1625 66, and they have lots of space. This is the current zones as we see them right now. The one on the right is Orange Park High School. This is Oakleaf High School. Again, after looking at several proposals in the growth area, again, we got Forest Hammock up here. We've got Eagles Landing. This is Two Creeks, and this is Pine Ridge Plantation. And then we've got the 1,000 home subdivision making its way through the process. Those are all in the Oakleaf High School area. And all of them are about 2/3 built out. The proposal we came up with here is to take those kids in the original Argyle Elementary School area, the incoming 9th graders, and bring those to Orange Park High School. We realize that due to the academies of Clay that we've increased and influenced, the academies at the 2 schools are different. Although there is some commonality between the 2 of them, there is enough difference. And so what we have come up with is that we were going to take just the incoming 9th graders and send them to Orange Park High. That will shift about 130 to 140 students from Oakleaf High School to Orange Park High School. The 10th through 12th grade students that are already in academies at Oakleaf High School, we'll let them continue at Oakleaf High. If there's an academy at Orange Park High that they would like to go to or attend rather than the ones at Oakleaf High School, we'll encourage them to do that, but we'll not force any of the 10th through 12th graders at Oakleaf High School now to go to Orange Park High.
Okay.
Other attendance zone changes in the elementary world. Again, here's Argyle, Oakleaf Village, Plantation Oaks, and this red one down here is Tynes Elementary School. As we recall, these are the attendance or the areas of development: Forest Hammock, Eagle Landing, the new 1,000 home development, and this is Two Creeks.
That 624 is Two Creeks.
624 is Two Creeks, yes, ma'am. As we see, the current attendance zone for Tynes bisects the 1,000 home development, which means half of those homes would be going to Plantation Oaks Elementary, which would be 500 homes, which is another 150 children. We can't absorb that. So before they start pushing over any trees and digging any dirt, our proposal is to reorganize Tynes to pick up that area here before any construction goes on at all. And if, as you remember, Tynes took a little bit of a hit with that charter school that opened up right down the road. We think we can handle it with Tynes, or we've got other alternatives.
So, excuse me, so that 1,000 home site, or that 1,000 home site development,
right,
that would currently be
split between Tynes and Plantation Oaks Elementary.
Got it. So you were going to pull them together and, okay, all right.
Another area that has development that we would like to realign before a lot of families move into the development is in this area. The green is Doctor's Inlet. This light pink is Rideout Elementary. This dark pink is Patterson Elementary. This green is Charles E. Bennett. And this blue is Lake Asbury Elementary. What we've seen as far as developments coming in is this is Angora Bay up here right at the top, the 100-home development. It started last year. We have a few homes in there. Before they fully develop, we'd like to take care of them. This is Village Park, the 686. Hasn't started yet. I think they're probably waiting for the First Coast Expressway to start coming down through here, but that's a planned development that's on the books, and we received a concurrency request extension through the county for that, so that is still active. This is a new one we found out just a few weeks ago. This 850-home development right next to Rolling Hills is where they're taking all the dirt out of right now. That hasn't got a name as yet, but there's an 850-home development plan for there. And again, they'll probably start that after they finish pulling all the dirt out of there. This is Asbury Lakes. It's a 1,000-home development. Again, nothing has been done. They haven't pushed over any trees or turned any dirt yet, but it's in the books, and it's making its way through the system. Down in the southeast corner here is this 176 home is Edgewater Landing. And as you're going north on 17 out of Green Cove Springs, if you turn left at the light just at the racetrack, you go down before the railroad tracks, you'll see it on your right. They've got it all leveled. The schedule is that their infrastructure is going to be complete by this summer, and after that they'll start building homes. This is a new one right above the 176 that we just saw the paperwork on. It's Chawahata or something, the camp back in there. That's 70 homes and a restaurant going to be going back in there. And Eagles Crest, north of the Publix on 17, 190 homes going in that area. Their infrastructure is complete, it appears, and I expect them to start building homes any time soon. So we see that Patterson Elementary has this development, and this development, and farther south here that you don't see, they also have Magnolia West, and they have Creekside on east of 315, where we just traded our school site for the opposite side of the road. So those are also coming in. If those all come in and develop, Patterson will be bursting at the seams. So before they start building homes, we want to be a little proactive and see what we can do. First of all, we want to take Angora Bay before they build too many more homes, bring it to Rideout. We'll bring this area down here that's presently Charles E. Bennett, northeast of the railroad tracks, or 209, take them to Rideout, and come down and grab Edgewater Landing and send that to Rideout. The other item we looked at is right now we have 2 buses going down Route 209 here. On the north side, they pick up the kids and go to Rideout. On the south side, they pick up the kids and send them to Lake Asbury Elementary. Lake Asbury Elementary's got Rolling Hills here. It's I would say no more than a quarter or third developed, and their permits are increasing this year. Plus, they've got this developed as well as Creekside, or as Village Park. So we're going to take those kids on the north and south side of 209 and send them to Rideout Elementary. That makes the new attendance zone for Rideout Elementary look like this. We've got Angora Bay here. We've got Edgewater Landing here. We've got the children that presently attend Charles E. Bennett, and from here to here, between Henley Road and Sandridge Road, the south side of 209 that are presently going to Lake Asbury Elementary. Overall, right at this point, that's about a 50 children shift into Rideout Elementary. But remember, Angora Bay is still building out, and Edgewater Landing hasn't even started yet. So those children, before they buy houses, will know that they're going to be going to Rideout Elementary.
Okay.
Other attendance zone changes we're proposing for the junior high, and this one's on a parent request that we've had in. It makes sense transportation-wise to do it. We've had requests from the folks out at Kingsley Lake, in the Kingsley Lake area. You know, their children go to Middleburg Elementary, and then When they hit junior high school, their friends go to Wilkinson Junior High and they go to Green Cove Springs Junior High. As well as some of these folks in this area right here would like to go to Lake Asbury Junior High. That's an easy one. It makes sense transportation-wise. So we'll take these children here, take them to Wilkinson Junior High. These children here, they're in this block, and go to Lake Asbury Junior High. And of course, right up here, remember we took that corner and gave it to Tynes Elementary? Since Tynes Elementary feeds Wilkinson Junior High, that also became a Wilkinson Junior High zone. And this affects about a dozen and a half children. And again, it was at a parent request, so that we felt we could accommodate that. And finally, the high school. It's just a follow-on. Again, the children at Kingsley Lake, we've moved them to Wilkinson Junior High instead of sending them to Clay High School. Continue on with their classmates and go to Middleburg High School. Where do we go from here? This board meeting, again, all we're asking is you give us permission to advertise these proposed boundary alignment changes. Nothing is set in stone. We'll notify the BCC. We'll notify the municipalities, the governors or the mayors in the towns around. Let them know that we're considering this. In accordance with their interlocal agreement, they have 45 days to respond and give us their recommendations from what they've been hearing from their constituents. During the rest of January, February, and the beginning of March, Ms. Cornegay and I and some others will be going out to these communities, talking to them, explaining the process we went through, and getting their recommendations. Again, if they can, if they have a recommendation that it achieves the same result and the same goal, we're happy to listen to it. Nothing is cast in stone at this moment. We'll come back to March, the March board meeting, and present you with a plan. It may be different from what you see here, depending on the input we get from the public. And we'll explain each one of the modifications as we go through it, and we can vote on them piece by piece or all together, however you all seem fit. And I encourage, I know you're getting inputs from your constituents, forward those on to us as well, so that we have the whole picture. Because we want to be responsive. We've got to do something, but we want to be responsive as possible. And if approved, we'll look at revising the transportation routes, school allocations, and portable moves so that we can have those in place by the time the 16-17 or the 15-16.
16-17.
16-17, yes. School year starts. And that's all I got.
Okay.
You have any questions?
Does anybody on the board have any questions? Because what I'd like to do is I'd like to go ahead and let the folks who are here to speak, who have the comment cards, but if we have any quick questions that we need answered.
One quick one I have.
Yeah.
When you spoke about, wow, that's loud, Oak Leaf High School, that the ninth graders would go on to Orange Park, 10 through 12 would stay, unless it was an academy thing that they wanted to move. If there's a family that has 3 kids in high school and it's 11th, 10th, and 9th graders, and you're sending the 9th grade to one and the other 2 are staying, are we going to have leeway for siblings? Will we allow special pupil assignments for that?
That's a good question.
Well, I had 3 in high school at once,
Me
and
too.
so I know that would have been
We did
an
have
issue
that.
for me.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Cornegay.
We did have that discussion, and we certainly want to minimize the disruptions to families, so we will allow through our SPR process families to stay together.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? I just had one quick question. Do we know how long before that 1,000 home site gets filled? I know there's not a name for it yet. You said they're just clearing land right now.
They're not clearing land.
Oh, they're
now.
not
They're
clearing
doing
land.
the paperwork, going through the planning and zoning, going through the BCC. They just went through a short while ago because they've got to connect Tynes Boulevard from where it ends now in the Two Creeks area up to the intersection of Brandon Field and Pine Ridge Plant, Oak Ridge.
So we could be talking about some time before we actually start.
It's going to be a couple of years, but
Okay.
we want to try to plan for it now, anyways, and
Okay.
have that taken care of.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Merrill? Okay, Mr. Merrill, once we go through these comment cards, if you would like to maybe be available to answer some follow-up questions that we may have, it'd be great. Okay. So at this time, I'll start calling cards. I'll call the first person up. Please, you can step up to the podium. Remember to state your name and address for the record, and I will also call the second person if you want to kind of take your spot in the wing, and then we'll try to move this along pretty quickly, okay? The first name we have is Stacy Thin.
Good evening, Stacy Thin. My address is on the card for record. I am active duty military. There are a lot of families that live in Oakleaf that are active duty military. We purchased our homes here because of the quality of education. I have a friend that I spent the first 6 months of in Afghanistan with, just came from Japan. She bought her home in Forest Hammock, which is on the proposed change because of the conversations that we had, because of the quality of education that is received. How did Forest Hammock get to be one of the divisions, one of the subdivisions that got selected as a proposed move? I can understand how Two Creeks and Argyle and everything. I lived in Argyle. I bought a townhouse in Argyle. My children went to Argyle Elementary. But when the opportunity came for me to move back into Oakleaf, because I rented, I moved back in so my children could be there and get the education that I knew was possible. And that's what so many other people did. How can you say you don't want to separate communities? Oakleaf is a community. The gentleman earlier talked about the graduation percentages going up, and that Clay County, the students get an education that they can't get in other counties. Okay, yes, you're keeping our children in Clay County schools. However, you're moving them away from friends. Me being a single parent for almost 13 years, having 3 children go through the school system, I did the things that I needed to do to ensure that my children had stability. A lot of the increase on the numbers of population of these different schools come because military families are moving in, and we have multiple children. We need our network of friends, because I may not be able to get off of work. I work in Mayport. I do what I need to do, but I count on my community. Hey, my child is sick. Can you go pick them up? We have children, especially in high school, that are a part of programs, band.
You can go ahead and finish up.
A part of programs, band. There was a comment made that if a student is in an academy between the 10th and 12th grades, they're not going to be requested to move. But what if they're not? So are you saying they still have to move? That wasn't made clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Angela Self. And then after Angela Self is Rufus Reed.
Angela Self, and I live in Forest Hammock.
Okay.
Okay, so I first wanted to, because I'm trying to be calm, because I know everybody is really outraged, including myself. I spoke with you on the phone 2 nights ago. I'm sure you don't remember, but I do. Okay, it was a good long conversation we had. And you mentioned, you know, these builders shouldn't be telling people what school zones they're going to be in, and I politely let you know that I've been in the community over 4 years. I didn't just move to Forest Hammock, you know, last week, which even if you did, It shouldn't matter. The biggest thing, like she just mentioned, was Oakleaf itself is a community. So I really do believe personally that for whatever reason, Forest Hammock was singled out when the numbers made absolutely no sense for our community to be singled out when, you know, Eagle Landing also is still building. We have houses in phase 1 that are still building. The new community, which has broke ground, I guess you guys haven't been back that way. The trees are down. They've got trucks out there. They're ready to go with those 1,000 homes. But yet our community, which I could literally walk to Plantation Oaks, and that was my intent. Thank you. My particular house just happens to be literally right at the front of the neighborhood. I can hear the band play when there's a football game. You know, my next door neighbor, the neighbor across the street, he plays on the football team. I donate to the school. You know, my kids are 3 years old and 8 months old right now. But before me and myself and my husband even had kids, we chose Oakleaf. We used to live over on Southside where it's fun, off of Gate Parkway, and you're down the street from the town center. And, you know, 5 years ago when we were a little bit younger, that was ideal. But when we chose to go ahead and have a family, you know, we did the research. We're not from Florida. I'm from Virginia, where schools are actually a little bit better. You know, I hate to say it. But I actually, my husband and I contemplated about 8 months ago moving back to Virginia because of the school system there. And when we put all the pros and cons, pros being my family's there, you know, I grew up there. I grew up in a community very similar to Oakleaf. I went to Deep Creek Elementary, Deep Creek Middle School, Deep Creek High School. I graduated with all the same people. I'm still friends with them now. And that's what I wanted for our children. Okay, and so I know to you guys, I don't know if you have kids. I don't know where you live. I know it's not Forest Hammock because this wouldn't be up for debate if there were school board members living in Forest Hammock, and I really truly believe that. So I really want my voice heard, and I want you guys to understand that when I walk out my door, I could be at Plantation Oaks in 2 minutes walking. Plantation Oaks Boulevard is actually in our neighborhood. So it's really insane for us to be bussed through a deadly intersection, which there's an accident about twice a week. I wouldn't trust my kids on the bus. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Reed. And then next we have Joe Segretti.
Hi, I'm Rufus Reed. My address is on the card for the record. First of all, I really appreciate what everybody's doing here. I appreciate all the people turning out and coming to say what they had to say. But I want everybody to understand one thing before we move forward. Forest Hammock is not here for Forest Hammock. Forest Hammock is here for Oakleaf. Okay? That's very important to understand. What's happening to us right now is just one part of what could be happening in the future. It's what's happening right now with every one of the schools. And until we figure out how we want to handle this, it's not what we're doing, it's how we're handling it. From what we can see, very little care went into this proposal. Okay? Now, I saw the presentation, and I respect Mr. Merrill for what he did to put it together. Okay? But almost no justification exists that can say 1 minute drive from entrance to entrance, Forest Hammock and Plantation Oaks Elementary is a 1 minute distance. Almost no justification can justify pulling a school, even though it's got better population, right? Pulling a school way from the other side of the map and traveling across the top of the map just to scoop out one community, one subdivision to be put in this school a great distance away. I want to know what argument can be made. I understand the projections and I understand the numbers that you've shown us. What I don't understand is other alternatives. We have the emails here, the emails from Ms. McKinnon's office and Mr. Merrill's office that tell us that we're looking for as little disruption as possible, quote unquote, as little disruption as possible. But we took one community, and took every child there and ripped them from what they know and love today. and we're telling them that they and their parents have to find a way across town, 25-minute drive in traffic and everything, and we're telling them that this proposal has a very big likelihood of going through, okay? I know nothing's set in stone, but at the end of the day, this shouldn't even be on the board for a community 1 minute away from Plantation Oaks Elementary. It shouldn't even be on the board. It shouldn't even be up for discussion. That's what we take offense to. Now, if it wasn't us, it would be someone else, and that is an issue. We're not here to deny that there's an overcrowding problem, but we need to work together to figure it out long before proposals this extreme and aggressive are placed into our mailboxes and our children's folders, okay? Long before. We should have known about this. If something this drastic was going to happen, we should have all known. Every single person in Oakleaf should have known about this a year ago, 2 years ago, so that we can all come together and work on something that's much better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segretti. Joe Segretti. And then we have Wendy Aliaga. Did I say that correctly? I hope so. Okay.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for hearing us this evening. I am Chief Segretti, U.S. Navy. I'm an active duty member in Oakleaf Plantation.
Thank you for your service.
I'll be pretty brief, since my topic isn't the most important on the board, the agenda here. I'm mainly concerned about the financial impact that it's going to have on our families, and obviously the children and the relationships are more important. But my question is this: when the proposal was drafted, was consideration given to the immediate impact that this will have on the housing values in Forest Hammock? A large number of residents there are military, and as such are in relatively short-term arrangements, meaning as they're stationed elsewhere, they will have to sell their house rather quickly. These people carefully selected a house that they could live comfortably in for as little as 3 to 4 years. They selected these houses largely on the very close proximity to 3 excellent schools. This proposal will hurt these people immensely as buyers, when they do sell their house and transfer, review the school zones and realize that their children will be traveling, instead of 1 minute to school, they'll be traveling across town to school. So maybe we can't measure it in dollars per se, but you're still going to have the buyer sitting there going, do I want my child going from here to here, or do I want to live next to that school? And that's going to be a major problem for the military families and anybody else who's planning on moving in 2 to 3 years. And I really hope that that enters the consideration somewhere here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Aliaga. And then we have Lindsay Knoll. Did I say that correctly?
Hi, my name is Wendy Aliaga, and I live in the Forest Hammock subdivision, better known as a good part of Oakleaf. Cohesion, keeping folks together, that seems to be the term that sticks out in my head. A reference from Webster's dictionary about a master plan community is an urban community created in a rural or undeveloped area and designed to be self-sufficient with its own housing and education and commerce and recreation. That is Oakleaf. In 2009, my husband, myself, and our 2-month-old son purchased our first home in Hamilton Glen subdivision. At the time, the front of our home faced a wooded area that was zoned, supposedly, for Oakleaf's 3rd elementary school. My son reached his 4th birthday in that home, and along the way, we welcomed our 2nd baby boy. Our boys grew up in this community, Oakleaf. They have grown up with other children in the neighborhood, Mommy's group since they were babies. We have shopped at our Publix in Oakleaf, played ball at our Oakleaf fields, and started a church campus in Oakleaf from our main church campus, on which I was in the planning committee. We were looking into getting a larger home, and our realtor suggested Spencer Plantation, which happens to be next to Argyle Elementary. He said, you can get so much more for your money. However, we decided to stay in our community, Oakleaf Plantation. We rented out our first home and purchased our forever home in the Forest Hammock subdivision, where we continue to shop at our neighborhood Publix, patronize our Oakleaf restaurants, play every sport within our Oakleaf community, watch our church's Oakleaf campus grow, and start kindergarten with our friends that we've had since babyhood. We stand absolutely against our neighborhood singled out for this move, and we are worried that this is an ominous forecast for junior high and high school. Because the overcrowding is not going to stop. But as a master plan community, I ask you, what are we going to do about this overcrowding? And if cohesion is really the objective goal, how do we separate one part of a community, a greater community, that works together in every aspect, including recreation, education, and everything else? Thank you, board members. If busing is the issue and the Transportation Committee has decided that, if busing were a non-issue for our community, our subdivision, would that still be a proposal that we would make, or would it be a non-issue?
Okay. Thank you very much. Lindsay, no. And then Jonathan Mexstruth. I hope I said that right.
Hello. Oh. My name is Lindsay Null. I live on Plantation Oaks Boulevard. The full address is on the card. I'm a homeowner in Forest Hammock. I'm a product of the public school system. I achieved an 800 perfect score on the math portion of the SATs in 2005.
Wow.
I earned 5s on the calculus AB and BC AP tests. I took 7 other AP classes in high school, some of which earned me college credit. I was able to earn an engineering degree from the University of Notre Dame, and I now work to support aircraft for the United States Navy. I don't usually lead with all that, but I only have 3 minutes. And I want you to know how much I value public education. I was able to achieve all of that through many things, including luck, hard work, my faith, great teachers, and my parents. My parents always chose to live in areas where public schools were the best. Even if it was more expensive or added to their commute, they made that sacrifice for me. Just like the parents that bought in Forest Hammock for their kids. Plantation Oaks received a 93% passing rate in 3rd grade math in the 2014 FCAT 2.0. Argyle received a 79. I don't think that's what the parents of Forest Hammock had in mind when they moved to a neighborhood whose entrance was a mile away from POE. Thanks. Now, I don't even have any kids yet. I just got married, and I plan to. But I do have a stepdaughter that lives with us, and luckily for me, she'll be going to Plantation Oaks regardless because her mother lives in Oakleaf. But I'm here tonight because I'm a huge advocate for quality education, and I understand that you do have to redistrict or do something. But driving past other schools to get to the one you're already attending is not logical. Personal story, I did that between 3rd and 4th grade. It was personally traumatic for me. It was a downgrade and I knew it, and I took offense to it as a child. There has to be a more sensible solution. And maybe the proposal is financially, personally, or politically based. I urge you to find the proper motivation behind your decisions, keeping in mind that you leave these meetings with an invocation.
Thank you. Jonathan D. Mexstroth. Did I say that correctly? Is he outside? Okay. Jonathan D. Mexstroth. Okay. All right. Well. Okay. Next is Martin Stalnicker, and then Shamika Barber to follow on from him. Please forgive me if I pronounce your last names wrong. I'm sorry there.
No, that was
Okay.
pretty good.
Thank you.
Stallnecker. I am Martin Stallnecker. I live at 429 Forest Meadow Lane in the Forest Hammock subdivision. I'm actually not up here to play emotions or tell stories or give you personal stuff, because you got a room full of people waiting to do that, and they are going to do that. I'm here because even if we're not looking at the stats that were laid out in 2006 to this school board about what the growth was going to do and how many schools Oakleaf needed in 2006, we're just throwing that all out the window. Even if we're only going back to where Mr. Merrill went in 2010, that's still an average of 83 students per year that were added to Plantation Oaks. So not breaking ground on expansion or new schools by 2012 is still an oversight and absolutely negligent of your jobs. We saw, anybody could have looked at numbers and seen this coming for years. Like I said, I just started doing research when this came up. And going back to 2006, when it was first brought up that this would happen, I understand there was a lull in the economy in 2008, but that lull created apartments and townhomes. It didn't create more homes. So now where there would have been 20 houses, there's now an apartment complex in the POE district with 100 families instead of 20. It's basic math, it's basic land development, it's very easy to see. So I understand this is not to vote whether or not we're rezoning or whether or not we're just voting to advertise. So remember, in a year when districts 2, 4, and superintendent are up for re-election, you will be advertising your negligence over the term. And I lied because I got a minute left. I am going to tell a story. When I built in Forest Hammock, I was number 47 in the entire community. There are now 600 and something. Part of that was that I got to see all those houses come up around me. Not just the families, the houses. So if we have a 3-month break in between schools, we know that portables take up more space than they allow students inside. I can find you a group of people by walking around Forest Hammock that can put up about 2,500 square feet in a week and a half. So it's not hard. If we got to expand on the land where the portables already are, do that with actual expansion. It will make more room in the same amount of space.
Okay, thank you. Shamika Barber. And then is Karen, I can't read that last name. Karen M. Seinsel?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shamika Barber. I'm a registered nurse. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York. And when I moved here, Oakleaf is beautiful. The community is beautiful and the people are beautiful. I think more importantly right now, in focusing on a solution, I wonder, where do monies come from? Where are monies allocated for new schools? Is there land that's already been allocated? There's a rumor going around that money has already been allocated. Not money, but there's land allocated for a school, but it just never went up, is what I've heard about it. I feel terrible for the parents in Forest Hammock because I'm sure that they purchased their homes on the assumption that their children would be going to these schools. So how can we do that? How can we fix this for them? Because it's not fair. They just bought their homes. That's a brand new community. The kids, they all walk home together. Now, mind you, I probably don't know any of you, and you guys are my Oakleaf community, and we're talking about this cohesiveness. I know one person. But maybe this will encourage us all to work together. And more than bashing the individual that came up with the plan, which probably should have been done a while ago, how about there's some people in the community that are really, really smart? How about you come together and let's think of something better? Because if something happens to one of you, even though I'm not affected by it, it happens to us all because we're all a community. So maybe that's something that can come into the works, everybody working together to try to come up with a solution if this is not one that everyone agrees with. I think that would be a good idea.
Thank you very much. Evan. And then Leah Shepard.
Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us. My name's Kevin Sines.
Signs.
I am the VP of the HOA for Forest Hammock. Hi, Ms. Stewart. Sorry, she wrote me up one time. I own it. Anyway, to the issue at hand. The pending proposal to move our children from Forest Hammock from the POE school to Argyle is the worst possible asinine idea ever. To me, this is a topic that should have been covered years ago, not now. And even if it's being covered now, why does the decision have to be made by the end of this year? 97% full, you can still put up 3 more portables. I drove out there yesterday, or actually today, and you have room for more than 3 more portables, trust me. Or we can take the idea the gentleman came before me, and we got enough people to build more rooms. On top of that, with transportation, you want to say use any type of transportation excuse. I got an excuse against that. I work for JSO. I see the accident reports daily. That intersection is deadly. Taking a bus full of kids across a construction zone, that's just another asinine idea. Why is our community being singled out? You purposely redrew the boundary to skirt the county line and dip down and just scoop out our community. You're also including communities that are thought of, but there's not even a tree being cut down yet. Why are we even considering that yet? It's good futuristic planning, which should have been done for our community as well, but as of right now, you're planning on moving kids that don't even exist there yet. Sorry, a lot of people before me took my good points. Like I said, and you guys talked about before, finding all these extra funds. Government does it all the time. I guess the school board does it now. We find all these extra funds. We know there's an overcrowding issue. Why does it take to have to move kids around to sit there and notice that this money should be put towards a school that, as we've all known, and the lady that once lived in Hamilton Glen said, there is an area planned out for a school. Why don't we just build it? It's common sense. We just build it. We got these Band-Aid ideas for a permanent problem. We need a permanent solution. All this is going to do is cover it for a couple years. What happens when Argyle gets full? What happens when Plantation still gets full and Oakleaf gets full? What's going to happen then? Are we just going to keep skirting around the issue and moving kids, what, now to Tynes, to Wilkinson Elementary, Middleburg Elementary? We got to have better ideas, and they should have been thought of a long time ago, and we obviously have the money to go through with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah Shepherd, and then Jonathan Jones.
Good evening, everybody. Leah Shepherd, and my address is on the card for record. A lot of people have already have already said what the same things that I'm thinking, and just about everybody else in here is thinking at the same time. But I feel like I have to say something, because if you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. Now, myself and my husband are retired military. We moved down here from Virginia in 2010, and we looked at the area, and just like everybody else, we moved to the community because of the school district. That's the #1 thing that majority of us do before we PCS, is you look at the district in which you're going to. Oakleaf has an outstanding school district. I have 3 daughters in every school, 1 daughter in every school. Now, they're doing an amazing job, and I just don't understand, being that we do support the school district as a whole requests these federal forms every year that you get money for to help support the military families. Now, it's also been a rumor that Oakleaf, Forest Hammock was singled out because that we don't pay CDD fees. And if that's the case, we, the purchasers of the homes, cannot be penalized after the fact, because that should have been something being commuted between the community developer and the developer of the community. Like I said, that's just another rumor that I've heard. Don't know if that's true or not, but okay. But us here collectively, please, we need to come up with a better solution, because I love where I live, and I don't want my kids bused out to another school district. If I wanted that, I would have moved there, just like everybody else. So, thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, Argyle Elementary is not in another school district. It is still Clay County School District. Just to clarify what you said.
I
You're talking
understand.
about another area.
I understand, but for my standards, for the education that I wanted my kids to have, it's in the Oakleaf area.
That's fine. Thank you. Jonathan Jones, and then Mr. Miles Manning.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I've only had 2 days to come up with a proposal, so I haven't had time to come up with a counter proposal where Mr. Merrill has had 4 months to work on it. I will come up with a counter proposal.
Okay.
There's plenty of us in that community to come up with a counter proposal for it. Mr. Merrill talks about natural boundaries. Where's the natural boundaries for Forest Hammock? 2 school lines separates us from the school you want to send us to? Doesn't make sense. He says he wants to minimize the people affected. My wife is affected. I served 2 years over in Bahrain when we had the house built so she can walk my kids to school. So she had a way to make sure they got there safely. Might as well throw that out the window. I drive now 45 minutes to Mayport so my kids can go to those schools. My son is a freshman at Oakleaf High School. He went to junior high, walked down the street to go to Oakleaf High School. Now we're going to ship our kids 2 school zones over? Same district, I get it, but 2 school zones. And then his proposal says, nope, now they're going to Orange Park. That's even farther from us. Where does it end? Are we going to send them to Orlando and all the schools from here to there get filled? Where do we decide? He also talks about efficiencies of bus routes. Where's the efficiency of sending them through construction zones? We all know that toll road's not going to get done before the next school year. You did a great job with the finances. Do we consider the extra $330,000 to buy 4 new buses and 4 new bus drivers? What about the maintenance? What about the cost for fuel? We walk our kids to school. We don't need a bus right now. But let's go ahead and bring up the finances even higher. Doesn't make sense. Thank you for your time, and I will have more options for you.
Thank you. Mr. Manning. Then we have Karen Barletta.
Hello, board. My name is Miles Manning. I live on 4105 Grayfield Lane in Forest Hammock. I'm going to give you guys my story today. Me and my wife, we're both 25 years old. We grew up on 103rd Street on the west side of Jacksonville. We went to Ed White and Forest. We saved up for over 5 years to move our children into Forest Hammock for the school zones, especially for the school zones. And now I feel like you guys come in here and you jump over 2 schools for us to be scooped out and took into another school that no matter how much you say is a better school grade-wise, it is not. It's not. Everybody has the internet. You can go on grademyschool.org. It is not. Okay? And for you guys to say that it's the least impactful, it's the most impactful. Right now, with traffic, that's going to be a 25-minute drive from our front door to that school. We did not pay a premium for our homes to have to put our child on a bus. Use common sense here. That place is a mile away. That school is a mile away. And I don't care what you say about if the builder said, oh, the builders don't determine the school zones. Use your common sense. That's 2 miles away. Your common sense would tell you to put a dot and draw a radius around the school. Everybody within that radius should go to that school. Come on now. I'm sorry. I've worked too hard. And my wife has worked too hard, and we've dreamed too many dreams about them schools and for my children's future, to send them to another school. And you guys say, I understand it's not in another district, but you have to go through Jacksonville to get to that school. You can't even go to that school from Clay County. You guys, we need to cut this snake off at its head right now. Do not vote for this right to advertise this thing. Right to advertise it. The writing's on the wall already. You guys have all already made up your minds on how you're going to vote. This is all just a formality. Okay? I'm serious, guys. This is retarded.
Thank you. Karen Barletta. And then Ashley and Marcus Tompkins.
Hi, my name is Karen Barletta, and my address is on the card. My daughter goes to Argyle Elementary, which we're very happy with the principal and the teachers there. I want to state the obvious. She'll be moving our kids from A schools to schools with a history of Bs and low Cs. People purposefully don't move in that area because of this. This is also going to take away the whole purpose of a neighborhood school and turn it into the old busing scenario that I grew up with in the 80s. We're going to have a 15-minute commute to Oakleaf High School and junior high. It's now going to be 30 minutes down Blanding. There's going to be less time for kids to do homework, and the opportunity to participate in after-school activities is going to diminish because most of us work. We're not going to be able to pick our kids up, so then they're just going to have to come home on the bus and not participate, which is really a large part of an education, I feel. I thought the whole point of not building a lot of brick and mortar buildings was so that we could expand with portables in the areas that needed it. We moved in 2006 from Mandarin for a bigger house, but we also chose to live here because we would be in the Oakleaf schools. We've lost over $100,000 in value of my house. I cannot afford to move now. So what you need to focus on is people who haven't brought their houses yet. I think y'all use the term growth areas. So for those people who are the dirt's not done or just being built, those are the people that can make an informed decision. I don't want to buy this house because it's in the wrong area. I don't have that choice anymore. So that's where you need to focus. And also, I did notice that all those areas west of Oakleaf that are being built, if you took them down to Middleburg High School, they get a 15-minute commute versus my 30-minute to Orange Park. So commute-wise, go to Middleburg, and I didn't route it out on the MapQuest, but I think Lakeside Junior High or something was down there as well. So why aren't those new developments being pushed? It'll be up. You won't impact as many people who've already bought. And lastly, if the decision really is not negotiable, which it may be, I do believe your priority was to keep people together, so I do appreciate that at least AES, it looked like, would all go together because that's where friendships have been built. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ashley and Marcus Tompkins. And then Jennifer Hodges.
Good evening. We're Mr. and Mrs. Tompkins. We live in Forest Hammock. My story is, me and my husband have worked so hard. I have went through so much going through school. I'm a registered nurse. I'll be a nurse practitioner in 2018. And I've worked so hard to be able to afford to give my babies more than what I had as a child. I went to Rains High School. I was destined, according to the school system, to be nothing. And I stand before you, a graduate, an honor graduate from the University of Florida. I went to FSCJ. I have went through an RN program. I completed my BSN, and I am starting my master's program this May. I chose Oakleaf and purchased my home there so that my babies could have more than what their mother had. And that's being ripped away from me and my husband. I don't know if y'all don't understand it because you don't live in those areas and maybe you don't have that background. But it means something to me every time I pull into Oakleaf that my children would never have to live on the north side and go to the F schools like I had to. I have gotten to the point, me and my husband have worked so hard to be able to purchase this home, save so much money. We picked Forest Hammock specifically so that our babies can be walked to school every day, something that my mother couldn't do for me, something his mother couldn't do for him. And that's being ripped away from us. It's not just about you moving us to another school that's still equivalent, possibly, education-wise. I'm just so grateful that God blessed my family to buy a home in Forest Hammond so that I can walk my babies to school every day and have the luxury to have lunch with them if I choose to. You're taking that away from me and my husband. I just ask that you just use your hearts and understand where we're coming from as a community. I love Forest Hammond. It's a mixed community. I've just moved there. If I knew this was coming, I would have purchased elsewhere. I would have not bought this house to make such a big investment for me and my husband to live there. It's all the sacrifice that was made to get us there, and for somebody to send out a letter and tell me that they're going to rip that away from my children, I can't accept that. I can't. So I'm asking you today, all of you, to use your hearts and think about what you're doing to this community. If it's about the community, then why rip away one neighborhood out of a whole community? What about Eagle Landing? It's 1,500 houses back there. It's hundreds. There's way more kids back there. But you guess what? I wouldn't tell you to redistrict their kids somewhere else because they purchased their homes for the same exact reason we did. And I wouldn't want that to be them either. So please, listen to our cry. Please don't do this to us. Please.
Thank you very much.
Same thing she said.
Thank you. Jennifer Hodges, and then Brian Ripper.
Jennifer Hodges. I live on Cranbrook Court in Forest Hammock. Nobody has mentioned that there are 4 times as many sex offenders, one sexual predator, in the Argyle district. Within 1 mile. We're just talking about 1 mile. Nobody's thought about that. Student to teacher ratios. Right now, we're only 1 student per teacher difference between the 2 schools. That's going to increase if we send our children to Argyle. Has anyone thought about that? How that's going to impact our children? That's a detriment to me, both of those 2 things. My son has asthma. I like knowing that if my husband, who constantly works and travels out of town, if I need to run to the school, I can be there in 3 minutes on foot, and I'm a big girl. You know, I take comfort in knowing that I can do that. I can't do that when I'm having to go through 2 dangerous intersections to get to Argyle. You know, it's just not possible. Again, the traffic is ridiculous, as everybody else said. We bought in Forest Hammock. I've lived in Oakleaf, this is my 3rd house, for over 10 years. Had I known this was coming, I'd have stayed in Phase 1. I wouldn't be renting out my house in Hamilton Glen, as mentioned before, that backs up to the property that's slated for another elementary school that we're not utilizing. I don't understand that. There was no mention of the homes that are still being built behind Publix in Phase 2. And I'm not sure if the 1,000-home development you were speaking about is the same one that's Arbor Mill that has broken ground. If those are 2 different things, then we have a much bigger problem. We talked about OVE only being at 80%, 87% capacity, I believe it was. Is it an option for those of us who would be willing and are able to commute our children ourselves to OVE? I would much rather do that than drive through Duval County to get to Argyle. Has an attempt been made to crack down on people who are attending Plantation Oaks illegally? And we all know it's happening. It's happening. These are just a few points that I feel like got a little missed, but we all have the same feeling. You know, we don't want property values to go down. And my husband and I have worked very hard for everything that we have. We work hard to have our credit scores that we have. But I will risk a foreclosure before any of my kids go to Orange Park, anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Mr. Brian Ripper.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to be able to speak. I am up here because, well, you don't want my wife up here right
I'm
now.
sorry, could you please
Oh,
state
yeah,
your name and
Brian Ripper. and I live in Forest Hammock
Okay,
on
thank
Grayfield
you.
Lane.
Yep, thank you.
Like I say, you don't want my wife up here right now. That would be her. So this is something that really, I keep hearing over and over again that they wanted to impact the least amount of people possible. Well, first of all, I don't think that's a cause to do something, to do something wrong just because, it's going to impact the least amount of people possible. Look at this room. I mean, a lot of people are being impacted. And the one thing I want to bring up is there's not just the kids that are going to these elementary schools now and these high schools. I've got a 10-month-old over there and a 4-year-old who hasn't even started school. And when we moved into Forest Hammock, when we decided to move out, like our good friend Angela over here, we moved from the south side of town where everything was fun, and we moved out to Orange Park. Orange Park was not, I grew up all over Jacksonville, and I will tell you, hopefully I don't offend anybody, Orange Park doesn't have a good connotation. Whenever we said we were moving out to Orange Park, we were very happy that we found Oakleaf, because Oakleaf is the type of community that we want to live in. It's the type of community that we were used to being in, and with all the people from the South Side. So if we wanted to send our kid to Argyle Elementary down the road with a 25 minute commute, 7 miles, whenever there's a school 1 mile away, we could have saved ourselves a ton of money and bought a house over there in Argyle. I mean, we didn't want to do that. You guys, I'm sure you guys all, and the assistant superintendent over here, I realize that you're the one proposing this idea, or you're the one being sent here to address this. I know you all make plans for your lives, and you move into the communities that you want to live in. So I do have some questions, and maybe this is something you can bring on Tuesday, because I'll be there. I'm sure most of you guys will. But first of all, you mentioned other options. You reviewed other options. I want to know, what were the other options? I have not heard what any of the other options were. And how terrible were they that this was the least terrible idea that you could come up with? I want to know that. Also, I keep being told, and John, I talked to you on the phone, you told me the same thing, and we've heard we're willing to listen to your ideas and your suggestions. Well, you know what? I'm a numbers guy, okay? I'm a finance analyst. I'm not a city planner. That's not my job. We elected you to do this job. You're the superintendent. This is what we expect you guys to do, to come up with something better than this. Like I said, I'm a numbers guy, and there are a lot of great statistics that show that these schools are overcrowded and what redistricting will do. But the math alone doesn't always make the greatest amount of sense. I mean, you can use your brain and say, look, these guys are right across the street, a mile away. It's not right to relocate them. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think what I'd like to do at this point, do we want to take a break? We're going to take a 10-minute break at this point, and then when we come back, I'd like to ask Mr. Merrill if he could come back up, Superintendent, if that's okay, to address some of the questions that I think we've all written down, and then we'll proceed with the motion. So at this time, we'll take a 10-minute break. It's 10 after.
Because after
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and start this meeting back up. Yeah, my microphone's
I got this one part I have to go. I have to practice it.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get started again, so if you could all please take your seats.
I'm going to lead off, and then we'll go down, and that way. Sure, yeah.
Okay. Okay, if we could please take our seats, we're going to go ahead and get started again. Okay. Mr. Merrill, so I know that all of us board members, we've sat up here, we've listened to all of these families, and so I've taken a number of notes and questions that hopefully you can address. And what we're going to do is I'm going to start off, and then we'll just go down the board here, and each member will be able to ask you questions. We may ask to refer to Ms. Cornegay, because she may also have some input or be able to answer some of these questions as well. First of all, I think one of the first things on my mind, Mr. Merrill, is could you please speak to the issue of when a new school can actually be built? Because everybody knows that there is a school that is zoned for that area, but there's nothing built there yet. And so could you please speak to the issue about why there is not a school built there yet and when we can actually build new schools in the county? And that process. Sure. Thank you.
There's a couple different benchmarks we got to meet before we can build a new school. One is to show the state that we are fully utilizing the facilities that we have. And right now our overall usage rate or level of service is about 72%. Throughout the county.
And that's countywide?
That's countywide. Okay. A little bit better up in this area because of the overcrowding, but countywide it's about 72% capacity. We're at capacity. So if we went to the Department of Education and asked for authorization to take out a bond to build a new school, they would say, not till you can show us that you're fully utilizing the facilities that you have available right now. So that's one wicket we'd have to make. The second one, it has to be recommended in the Educational Plant Survey, which is done every 5 years. And luckily, we're going to be doing that this year. We'll be starting in a week or two with the group coming up out of Tallahassee to do an Educational Plant Survey for us. And if we can show these numbers and show that what we're doing to try to equalize our capacity throughout the district, and particularly in the Oak Leaf area, we may be able to get a recommendation in our Educational Plant Survey to build a new school within the next couple of years. The other option or the other wicket that we have to have is money. If we don't get Department of Education approval to float a loan or a bond, then we're on our own. Right now we've only got about $13 million in our impact fee fund. In an elementary school out in this area will cost about $23 million to build. Okay. The other option to get money is to try to go to the public and say, we want a half-cent sales tax or whatever to build a school up in the Oak Leaf area. You'd have to get the whole county to buy into that. So those are a couple of the wickets that we've got to meet in order to build a new school in that area.
Okay.
My next.
Can you? Yeah. No. I'm just got a couple more. Yeah. So can you? Can we focus on developments that haven't yet been developed yet? Because I know that I heard some of those comments in there. Why aren't you focusing on developments that people actually haven't bought houses yet?
And we have done that, as you know, as we pointed out for Rideout anyways, Edgewater Landing that hasn't been developed yet in that area. In this area, everything has pretty much been developed except for Arbor Mills.
Yeah. Excuse me. Can we please have some order? Thank you.
Okay, Arbor Mills is a 236 home subdivision, and it's located right in this area right here. So they will be going to Argyle.
Okay.
Yeah, right in this area right here. Brandon Field Road is the eastern boundary, and the Clay County, Duval County line is the northern boundary. So it's this little area right here is Arbor Mills. So it will be going to Argyle. Right now it's presently zoned for Argyle. We can expect probably 60, with that number of homes, we can probably expect 60 to 70 children eventually as they build out.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit to the argument for one community, why it was Forest Hammock was targeted, why that particular community was targeted? Can you speak to that? Why wasn't, in other words, why wasn't Eagle Landing considered? Why wasn't, you know, some of those other
Eagle Landing, again, as so many of the folks here mentioned, that they're a community. They like the close-knitness of the community, and they seem
Excuse me, can we please have order? Thank you.
If we took Eagle Landing, first off, there's 1,500 homes in there, which is over 300 kids, and Argyle Elementary would not be able to absorb that many new students. The transportation is another thing we've heard. If we were transporting the kids from Eagle Landing, they would have to go right up the same route that the Forest Hammock folks are going. So it'd be a longer transportation bus for them. We looked at other developments in the area, and I know several of the folks emailed me and called me and said, "Why don't you take Phase 1 over here, shift it to Argyle, and then take something over here and shift it to Oakleaf Village Elementary?" Obviously, we're disrupting two families, or two sets of families rather than one. And we've got a unique situation between Argyle Elementary and Phase 1 over here. There are no cross-connecting streets between these two developments. There's a drainage ditch. You can see the square line that comes down here that connects the two, and there's no connecting streets between the two communities except for a service road that goes to the wastewater plant and a water plant that serves those communities. So there's no way to get between these two communities, and if we chose these folks to go to Argyle, they would have to come up, over, and down, just as the Forest Hammock folks did.
Okay.
I drove it from the roundabout to Argyle Elementary School, and it's about 5.6, 5.8 miles. I drove from Oakleaf Village down to Argyle to see how long that would be, and that's about 4.3, 4.4 miles. So there's roughly a mile and a half difference in travel time, or in mileage anyways, between this roundabout at Forest Hammock and bringing folks out of Oakleaf Village and taking them to Argyle.
Okay. There was a comment that was made about, and maybe Mr. Superintendent, maybe you can recommend somebody else can answer this question, but you can stay up there because I know everybody else is going to have some other questions. What about the crackdown on the students that are attending Oakleaf illegally? I know that we have had issues with that, so can one of you address that?
A couple of us could. In general, and I'm going to call on Mr. Broski. He's just come out of Oakleaf recently and had to do a lot of that. But we have a couple forms of identification for the residents that we require when a student is enrolled at a school. If there are students, you know, and I get this fear tonight of people that grew up on the west side of Jacksonville, and it's like you've been traumatized, and I get it. And no matter what solution we come up with, you're a Clay County resident. You're going to be in a Clay County school. And I know that you know that, and I know that there's something to be allayed here. So we do have people that can go check if there's students in the in Plantation Oaks or any of the schools in Clay County that you happen to know actually live in Duval County and have falsified their residence documentation to show differently, we can go check those out if you make us aware of those, and we'll be happy to do so. And those people would be offered maybe a special pupil assignment to a school with room in it. And we do investigate those. We had some students at Oakleaf Junior High School earlier this year that were playing on the football team, taking some playing time. They really lived in Duval County. They couldn't document where they lived. I see some grins up front. Maybe some of you guys knew those families. But we do investigate those, but we have to know about them first. So do you have anything else, having recently been a principal out in Oakleaf, to add to that?
Not really. I know that the schools all communicate very well with one another, so if there's a child, there's often a sibling also, and so we communicate with all of the Oakleaf schools. I know that we at Oakleaf High School had a system by which we could anonymously report people who were out of the attendance zone. Many people do that. Many people view the Oakleaf community with pride and don't want other people coming into their community, and I understand that with the overcrowding. So I feel like we do everything we do, from sending social workers out to investigate those kinds of folks, and certainly I've had many of upset West Side parents in my office as I told them they were no longer going to Oakleaf High School. So I think we do a good job with that. Is there always somebody that's going to try and sneak through the cracks? Yes. Is there always going to be people who try to cheat the system? The answer is yes. But we do a pretty good job of trying to do that. And of course, if you have that kind of information, report it to the school. We'll be glad to investigate that.
Okay, thank you. Can you talk about the rumor regarding the CDD fees?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard a lot of that from people from phone calls and emails, that was something that people felt like they were targeted. That community was targeted because they don't pay CDD fees, or they're not part of that CDD. Can you?
That wasn't even part of the equation. We don't even know who pays CDD fees and don't care who pays CDD fees and who doesn't pay. So it was never even a consideration. Didn't even know about it until we started getting the emails and calls.
Okay. I don't know what CDD fees has to do with any of it anyway. I'm not sure, but it doesn't. Okay. Okay, I think I'm done for now. Maybe somebody else has something else. So Ms. Gilhausen.
One of the questions that I've heard and would also like to know is, how long-term is this solution? You know, if we're going to upset this number of people, are we going to end up shifting them again 3 years down the road? I just want to know, where are we going with this?
Hopefully not. Hopefully this is a long-term solution until we build Elementary Y, and then this will have to be gone through again to bring the kids to Elementary Y. But hopefully this is going to be for the next several years anyways.
So once the new school is built, which we're saying could be as soon as 2 or 3 years from now, if they recommend it in the planning?
If they recommend it, and we'd have to get with Ms. Legutko about getting a bond and how to pay for that bond to build a new school.
So that would affect this community if that new school
Yes,
is built?
if we build a new school out there, we'd have to go through this rezoning again to fill that school up, and we'll be back here again in a couple of years if we do it.
Just to follow on to that question, would those people then who have been shifted over to the right, would they then be shifted back?
I can't answer that at this time. It
Okay.
would be up to
Just asking.
you know, 3-4 years in the future. I'm not going to say yes or no at this point in time. You know.
Okay.
There'll be somebody else standing up here.
Okay. Yeah.
Ashley, before you go on, can I ask one about this question? Could you just show us on the map where that property is located?
Which one's that?
The elementary, what'd you call it, Elementary Y?
Oh yeah, where the zone, the one school.
One
the,
Eagle Landing.
Yeah. Whoops. Time out.
It's right past the corner.
We went off screen. Yeah.
This is Oakleaf Junior High, but it's still the same. As you come off Brandon Field, Oakleaf Plantation Boulevard, it is right in here. South, I think it's Oakleaf Plantation Boulevard, south south of the road. If you're going up there and you turn left and you see the Publix and all that kind of stuff on the right, there's a housing development on the left. If you keep going, you'll see all the woods. That's our site, where all the woods are in there.
Okay.
And it's one thing back when we were building here, we have a design for Elementary Y. It's on the shelf, but when the economy tanked, that went on the shelf. So the design has already been done for that school.
How large is it? Like the capacity for?
I can't recall. I can get you that information. I'll pull the plans, but right off the top of my head, I can't. I think it's probably
600 students, 800 students.
it's 600 to 800 students, but that's just a guess. I'll get you the actual number. I'll pull the plans and get the actual number.
Sorry.
Yeah, good, thanks.
The other thing I wrote down, will the parents be allowed to use a special assignment to Oakleaf Village Elementary if they choose?
I'll pass that off to Ms. Cornegay.
This microphone. We still can't hear you.
Yeah, it's not on.
We can certainly look at that. I heard that was one of the proposals from one of the parents, so they do have some capacity there, so we can certainly look into what that might look like in terms of an SPR process.
And then the other question I had is, what is the added cost of transportation?
We're working those routes right now. There will be an added cost because we'll be sending 2 buses up into the Argyle area, one to take the kids to Oakleaf High School, is one to take them to Orange Park High School. So, if I'm wrong, Ms. Cornegay, please correct me, but it's not just the kids in the academies that we'll let stay at Oakleaf High School. It's all the 10th through 12th graders. We're not gonna single them out. We'll allow them to transition. So whether they're in an academy or not, we will allow the 10th through 12th graders to stay there if they desire.
Okay. Excuse me, can we please have some order? I'm sorry, but everybody had their opportunity to speak, and we're trying to get the questions answered. There will be the opportunity to ask these questions in more detail at the meeting next week.
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. Okay.
Okay. One thing that Ms. Roman wanted me to bring up. The 6th graders that are going to be staying at Argyle Elementary School just affects the existing Argyle Elementary School zone right now. The 5th graders in the Forest Hammock area will be attending Oakleaf Junior High next year as 6th graders.
Okay.
So the junior high is just the present Argyle Elementary School kids in the present Argyle Elementary School zone will be staying there for their 6th grade. The Forest Hammock 5th graders will go to Oakleaf Junior High as 6th graders.
Okay. The only other question I had was, and it's on the same subject of transportation, are we saving money in buses and bus routes by selecting Forest Hammock as opposed to Eagle Landing or a neighborhood that's further to the west of the district?
Well, there is no neighborhoods further to the west, but Forest Hammock, if you take a look at the other neighborhoods, Eagle Landing is down in here. Obviously, we'd have to come up and go by Forest Hammock to go to Argyle. Because of the road structure, as several of these people have said, you got to get up into Jacksonville to almost do anything between these communities. And so we looked at this subdivision down here as well, Chestnut Creek or Chestnut Ridge in this area here. And again, we would have to drive right on by Forest Hammock to go over there. Or go up Brandon Field Road, which is just about the same distance as well.
So basically what you're saying is that Forest Hammock was the closest to Argyle if you're not considering Oakleaf Village
correct
district. It's the closest in Plantation Oaks.
Plantation Oaks.
Right.
Right here, Whitfield and Willowbrook. Again, you look, they're going to have to go up and across just the same as these guys have to go up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to ask for order. This is the board's opportunity to ask questions, okay? So can we please just have some order, okay? Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, Ms. Karakis?
Well, you two did a very good job of asking most everything I had on my list, but I'm going to go off of something that Ms. Gilhousen just said. You're talking about sixth graders in Forest Hammock staying at Oakleaf Junior High or going to Oakleaf Junior High. Will they stay there for 7th and 8th, or then they're going to switch to Orange Park at that point?
The plan right now is that they will continue at Oakleaf Junior High and then go to Oakleaf High School.
And Oakleaf High School. So
That's the plan.
it impacts that neighborhood only for the elementary school.
Correct.
Okay. That was all. You really did ask just
Okay.
about everything. So
Ms. Condon?
I guess I just wanted, I would like to know, you said 30 more students in Willowbrook. Are they going to stay at Plantation Oaks, or are they going to Argyle?
They will be staying at Plantation Oaks as it stands right now.
And then, how long does it take from when we decide we're going to build school Y until the kids can move into it? How long, what is that time frame?
Since we've already got the design done, I'd say probably within a year.
So we would be looking at 1 school year.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's something that obviously we wouldn't want to open up in January or February if the school was done early. We don't want to wait till the beginning of the next school year.
Okay. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Studdard?
Oh boy, this is one time that there's good and bad about being the last one.
That's okay. I have one more question after you, so go ahead.
Take her question.
The rest of the board covered several of the things that I had down. Number one, I'll just kind of go down as I was writing this as we went along. I would like to know, and I know it's hard to do a detail, but the transportation cost, you may have heard the budget presentation. I wanted to have a ballpark idea of what is this going to take, buying buses, hiring more bus drivers, how much more in fuel? I mean, give us an idea, because this is impacting our budget, and we're tight. It's tight.
Yes, ma'am. The transportation department now they've had this brief. They're starting to figure routes, and a lot of it's going to depend on the high school, which if there are some 10th through 12th graders who would like to go to Orange Park High School or stay there. And then it's going to be a gradual transition as the 9th graders this year, 9th and 10th next year. So this is going to be an ongoing for the next 3-4 years anyways. Yeah. I will get with Robert, and we'll figure up a number and get it to you, but I can't quote anything right off the top of my head, and I don't think he could either.
And I think that it's almost like a shot in the dark to try to predict, because with these academies being in all the schools and every student is in an academy, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to decide that they want to be in the academy that means they can stay at a particular school. That happened when the academy started. People found out that, well, if I'm in this academy and it's not offered at this school, then I can get into that school. We all know that that's going on, and with the differences in the academies, it's not that it couldn't be worked out down the road, but it is going to take a lot of time and effort to get the academy situation straightened out, because every student is in an academy. That's one thing that was in my mind. For the audience, I want y'all to know something. From 1980 to 2010, I had a one-woman business called Florida Greeting, and I delivered newcomer packets to families who moved into Clay County. And I sold the business in the summer of 2010. So for those of you who moved in the last 5 years, I didn't come see you and say, welcome to Clay County. But it did give me an opportunity. When I first started going up into Oakleaf, I cannot tell you how lost I got. I wound up one day on a cold winter wet night. I found a school bus came through in the wintertime. It was dark. The only way I got out of that place was to follow the school bus. It was so confusing. But I do have a feel for the the areas. I spent much time over in the Argyle area when it was built, and then as Oakleaf started being built, and then when Eagle Landing came in and just whined for miles back into that subdivision. One thing I want to ask you, Mr. Merrill, that I'm just trying to think of things as I go. When Eagle Landing is built out, approximately how many elementary students would that subdivision generate? Would they? Some of those homes are quite large, and they may not have young children, so I don't know what the ratio would be. But I'm curious as to know, because when we got that school site, it was to kind of take in that side of the Oakleaf area. But I was just wondering, how many would just Eagle Landing generate?
For 1,500 homes, you're talking about 450 students or so.
Okay, so then the other areas across the street from there, and it would pick up the rest there, because
I would assume that,
it gives me an idea that we would have enough in that area to fill up that elementary school once it is built, because it's going to be a year or two. Here's the thing. We went for years where we had such growth here in Clay County that we were opening up a school every fall. And I remember one year we opened 2 schools the same fall. But then things kind of, the economy went down. We are gradually improving. Our student numbers have kind of stayed the same the last couple years, but we're starting to see glimmers of some growth. Nothing like an adjoining county to our east.
Right.
They are now where they're building a school every year, and sometimes 2, from what I've seen in the paper and seen on TV. That hasn't hit us, but it's not saying that it's not improving. You've got the numbers from the permits that have been pulled, but my biggest concern is this reminds me of when we were doing redistricting for other schools in past years, such as when Fleming Island right here opened up, or before it opened up, and then we've had to do some shifting around on a temporary basis. We had kids going to Clay High, knowing that they would eventually, once we got this high school built, it would be here. Sometimes of short-term pain is the only way that the school board can get by, but yet I don't want to cause unnecessary pain. I think when I met with you, when you were wanting to explain this, you said, it's not going to be the end of the world next year, but it's coming, and we see it coming, and we're trying to be prepared. And for those of y'all, just for Mr. Merrill's sake, let me say this. He's only been in the job a year and a half. He inherited this. This is his first go-round with redistricting, so have mercy on this man. He's learning. I'm thinking, what if we slowed this down a little bit? You met with us individually, and I understand what you said about that, we're really behind right now. If we don't go ahead and get it advertised, we can't get it done by March, and it won't happen before the next school year. But the parents just have found, I feel like for the citizens, that they're feeling that it's been kind of, we got a letter saying, what? It's a lot for them. And I know a couple of the speakers were talking about, Mr. Jonathan Jones said he was going to have some counter-proposal options, and I thought to myself, I'd like to know, somebody else may have a better idea. And wait a minute, Mr. Merrill said we're not married to this. But I think sometimes, rather than upsetting everybody, that even if it took another year, if slowing it down caused it to back up, Oakleaf High School is not going to explode in a year, and those elementary schools are not going to explode in a year. I would personally feel a lot more comfortable if we slowed this down a little bit. When I asked you what would be advertised, you said this packet. And I said, well, what happens if we go in here and tweak it? This is a first proposal. What happens then if we change it drastically? Do we have to then re-advertise it?
I don't believe so. I think as long as we'll have to take a look at that when we get the proposals in. We'll advertise it as this is a proposed. This isn't a done deal. This isn't cast in stone. This is a proposal, a starting point, if you will. And if the change is too radical, if the proposals we get affect another community, we will be out in that community having a town hall with that community. We won't go to Forest Hammock and say, okay, you guys are okay, and then blindside Eagle Landing or one of the other communities. We will coordinate community meetings with them as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really having a struggle with this because, and I'm so glad that it got brought up about why we don't go ahead and build the elementary school in Eagle Landing. We don't. Number one, we can't get a recommendation from the state, and number two, we've got $13 million and would need $23 million. We just don't have it. The impact fees haven't been that much, and so I'm really. It may be that we have to do something at some point, but I just don't want to go in it so fast before I am convinced. Because just thinking about it, about going up to Argyle Forest Boulevard through the business district and going way back out and turning at McDonald's to get into Argyle, I know that Argyle has the room, but the sad thing is we've got schools all over the county that have room in them, some a lot more than what Argyle has, and that kind of hurts us when we get ready to try to start to build another school in a growth area, because who wants their child bus 15 miles down, to a school that has 450 or 500 kids in it? It's just, especially, and one thing this board's always done is prided itself on, especially the elementary, trying to keep the neighborhood schools. When we moved here in '79, I had 3 little girls, and I'll tell you why I moved to Clay County. It's because of the reputation of the schools, and that's what these people are telling me that they've done.
My recommendation would be to advertise, and then if we come back with major changes, you don't have to approve them.
I want to know more options.
Yeah, if I could just, Ms. Stutter, I think the way that it's worded here in this, it says authorization to advertise new or revisions to existing attendance boundaries. It doesn't really say this particular packet. It just says the authorization to advertise new or revisions to existing attendance boundaries. So I don't know that if we, this is the packet that's in there, but I think if we make major changes to it, I think it's okay how we advertise. If we advertise it like it's worded here.
Well, I asked Mr. Merrill on break because I wasn't clear about that. Okay. I said, what are we advertising? If we vote to advertise, he said, the packet you got in your backup. I said, what if we want to do some changes on this? I hate to advertise something and get, another 200 people upset until we've had a chance to look at what are the possible options on
Right, what are the other options? Yeah. And that was my last question. There was talk about, we looked at other options, and I'm just wondering if you could speak maybe a little bit to what were those other options.
Sure. Let's back up a couple slides. Okay, some of the options we looked at, and I'll try to remember the numbers right off the top of my head, but was the Willowbrook Whitfield area, bringing that over to Argyle Elementary School. Right now, that change would be 135 students with an additional 34 students. That wouldn't be enough to relieve Plantation Oaks with Forest Hammock and Eagles Landing. We'd be right back here again in the next year, year and a half, saying they're overcrowded again. We had to find a community that had enough folks in it that we could transfer and allow Plantation Oaks to continue to grow and absorb the new construction in their existing communities. We've got at Forest Hammock, we've got about 200 kids, and we've probably got another 60 to go when they get it built out with the last phase through here. Eagle Landing, as we talked about, is too big. We'd have to be split. We'd have to split the neighborhood somehow, and there's only one way in and one way out of that of Eagle Landing. And again, there's just too many kids. There's 450. Argyle wouldn't be able to absorb that. In the commute over to Argyle would be worse than it is from Forest Hammock. We took a look at the community down here, Chestnut Ridge, and I forget the name of the community.
Down there near that other part.
Yes, down there near Y. And they would have about 250 kids transferred, and Chestnut Ridge, I think, has got about 140 townhomes yet to build out, so that'd be another, another 30 or 40 kids. But again, if you take a look at the transportation, we're going to be going right up by Forest Hammock, or we're going to go up Brandon Field Road and come across and down. That would relieve, enough kids to allow Plantation Oaks to absorb what's left at the Eagles Landing and at Forest Hammock and at Whitfield. But again, you're looking at the transportation. We're busing kids farther, and we're disturbing those folks. Several folks brought up that let's bus the renters since they don't pay tax. I looked at it, and there is only 2 rental communities that I found on the property appraiser's map, one right next to Plantation Oaks and one up a little bit farther here. In between those 2 rental apartments, there was only 105 kids. Again, that's about 8%. But right now, those children walk to school. We would have to provide buses for them. Right now, we provide busing for Forest Hammock elementary schools because we consider it a hazardous walking area around the roundabout. For junior high and high schools, that's not the case, but we do provide busing for the elementary schools if they choose to take advantage of it.
Okay.
So we've talked about Whitfield. We've talked about this area down here. Eagle Landing and Forest Hammock is the other major development there. So that's, Eagle or Forest Landing gave us enough students to transfer that would allow Plantation Oaks Elementary to grow with the existing developments there, and it was the shortest transportation.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had one. Earlier you talked about how many how many portables could be brought into each of these schools to,
right.
And you said it wasn't enough. I don't remember the numbers. If we brought in the maximum amount of portables without tearing down any playgrounds, how many students would we be over by? And I guess really the question might be for Superintendent or Ms. Cornegay, what's the penalty for not meeting the class size for us at this point if we were to do that? And I know I hear the groans, sorry to our teachers, but if we were to go over classes to keep these neighborhood schools as neighborhoods, how would that affect us?
We could bring in at Plantation Oaks Elementary. It looks like there's a lot of space out there behind the last row of portables, but that's a swale, and I think it's a dry pond over there. And we couldn't get the truck in there to make the swing to put any more portables out behind the row we've got now. So we've got right now 3 vacant portable spots, and for a elementary school, if it's K to 3, that's 18 per portable. If it's 4 to 5, we can go up to 22, I believe. So we're talking between 55 and 65 kids maximum that we would be able to bring in there.
We'll have to reach out to some other districts that typically pay the class size penalty. Clay County, in all the years since the early 2000s that we've had the class size amendment in Florida, has never paid 1 cent in
I know we've always met it.
so
I
in
know.
class size penalties. So we've prided ourselves to that. Somebody had mentioned earlier, if you moved our students to Argyle or wherever, and this is irregardless of whatever community might be affected, teachers move too. As we've opened schools, realigned student growth in the past, we move the teachers around with the kids. We're not going to have 40 kids in one class and 12 in another sitting over here. You know, teachers are used to that, and we hire a couple hundred new teachers every year, and generally the teachers that have been somewhere at a school don't have to move. We have about a 200 to 250 teacher attrition just naturally through retirements and things like that through the year. So that part is not overly concerning to me. We've heard a lot tonight. We've heard from a lot of folks. This is the beginning of a conversation. We've got some town hall meetings scheduled. If new designs, new plans are developed that would affect other neighborhoods, we'll notify those neighborhoods and begin to include those people in the conversation. I did take one point from Mr. Jonathan during the break, and somebody helped me remember over here in the my think tank. When we have people that have younger children or planning to start a family, we don't have those on the school rolls. We don't have those people necessarily, so we need to go back to the tax rolls in Forest Hammock and notify the people that don't have currently children in schools. And if this expands out to other neighborhoods, we need to go back to the tax rolls or some other viable mailing databases and make sure we reach out to everybody. Oakleaf has a thriving social media network. I don't know that there would be anybody in the Oakleaf community that doesn't know about this yet, but we do owe it to put a stamp on an envelope if somebody isn't out on the social media networks and doesn't know that. Just a couple thoughts here. You know, everything that we do in Clay County, and I was fortunate enough to grow up here, go through our school system. Everything that we've been doing the past couple of years, the increases in academics that we've enjoyed, have been by focusing on how to support students and families. So please don't walk away from here tonight thinking that somebody is not willing to do that, is not willing to talk to you, is not willing to get on a map and look at things with you. We're literally, I can't emphasize it enough, at the beginning part of that conversation, and we're trying to balance our growth after years of not so great economic times. One of the board members mentioned we have about $13 million in capital in the bank. I remember when I first got on the board, we built Thunderbolt Elementary for $8 million in 1998. You can't build a school for $8 million now in elementary school. We're looking at the low 20s to build an elementary school that would serve about 760 kids in permanent student stations. So there are a lot of variables that go in, and I'm not overlooking that. Wouldn't want anybody to think that Mr. Merrill or anybody else that's working through this process is overlooking that. So I think the most I can do, the most I can ask of you tonight is just to continue to have some patience with us and continue to have this conversation over the next couple of months. I'm open if the board wants to advertise, knowing that this plan could change, or if you want to bring it back at another time and advertise it in March after we've had more conversation, or what is it, January? In February after we've had a few town hall meetings and advertise it then. I see Mr. Merrill cringing. We could do that. I just getting the sense that the board is not comfortable here with that yet. So I'm not trying to push you into something, but it is something that's here. We're serving lunch for 3 hours at Plantation Oaks Elementary currently. I don't know how the parents feel about when their kid has lunch at 10:30 in the morning or 1:30 in the afternoon before they dismiss. You know, we're kind of at that limit, so we just need to look at these things. But there's no hidden agenda here. We're trying to serve all 36,000 roughly students in Clay County to the very best of our ability and be respectful to the families as we do that.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Ma'am?
Yes.
If we do push this back to February, to advertise in February, we're going to be really pushing the limits. We won't be able to vote on this until April. As far as trying to grade up the kids to the new school, possibly figure out transportation routes, you know, we're going to. I'll defer on the kids and the allocations and all that kind of stuff. But transportation is working both systems now, and we can do a little bit. But there's a lot behind the scenes that goes on to grade up the kids to the new school and what new school they're going to.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Studdard.
What would happen if we waited till next year?
We would have Plantation Oaks busting at the seams. If we didn't want to bust class size.
1 year.
It's your decision. This is my recommendation. You know, if we advertise now, we can come back to you and say, hey, it's just too big of a project. We can come back with an alternative. But that's your decision. Whatever you decide, we'll try to make something work.
Okay. One thing I feel really bad about is I feel like Argyle Elementary's kind of been getting the short end of the stick tonight, and regardless of what happens here tonight, I want everybody to know Argyle Elementary is a great elementary school. The school is wonderful. The principal and those teachers up there, they are great. And I know the downside is it's not in your neighborhood. You can't walk to it. It's over, and I get that. But don't. I feel almost defensive of Argyle Elementary because it is a wonderful school and they have some great teachers up there. But you know, it's tough, and I know how you feel. I think everybody up here is a parent. We've been there. When I moved here, when I first went by Orange Park Elementary, back then it was the elementary school for the neighborhood, and I rode by it, and it had been built in 1923, I think. And then I rode over to Montclair, which I was closer to, and my kids couldn't go there. And I thought, oh my, well, I want you to know something. Orange Park Elementary is still dear to my heart because it was my kids' elementary school, old as it was, and the way that I got involved in being involved with the school was just from like you people. I was president of the PTA, and we went to Green Cove where the board meetings were held, and Jesse Tynes was superintendent, and we went down there and we said we're the only elementary school in the county that doesn't have a cafeteria, and that was the beginning of me getting involved with schools, and look what happened. So y'all may be up here one day, so come on.
Any other?
I have comments, but I didn't know if we had to hold those.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and bring this to the floor now. So we have a motion before us. Well, we don't have a motion yet. We have a recommendation before us to approve to advertise attendance boundary realignments. That's the recommended action. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval by Ms. Condon, a second by Ms. Gilhausen. Okay, discussion.
So I too sat with Mr. Merrill and Ms. Cornegie and listened to it, and the first thing I said to both of them was, I've lived through this. When my oldest son was in kindergarten, we were rezoned, and I could see the other school, the old school, and we got sent to the new school, and he happened to be in kindergarten, so that made that transition a little bit more difficult too. So I do sympathize because I've actually been where you are, and it's scary, and it's scary for your property values, and you can't put a value on your children, and so I understand that. I have grave concerns since I've seen this. I live in the south part of the county, so since I saw this proposal, I've gone up and driven around in that area because I just don't do that very often, and I have grave concerns about that intersection, the one
The roundabout.
23, whatever. No, not the roundabout. The 23. Brandon Field. I call it Brandon Field because that's what it is over in Middleburg. I don't know what it is way down there, but I have grave concerns about that because the construction has made it with the concrete barriers, and you can see wrecked cars sitting there for hours and hours and hours. And so my concern is that if we do believe that in the next 2 to 3 years we would be building School Y, to risk it because that road won't be completed in the next 2 to 3 years, I think it's going to continue to have those concrete barriers. So I have those concerns. I understand the concerns at Plantation Oaks. I actually was assigned to the Oakleaf schools. We all went and visited the Teachers of the Year candidates for the County Teacher of the Year and got to watch them in action. Actually, I had the 5 Oakleaf schools in my area, so I got to see them, and I got to walk through the halls at Plantation Oaks and that kind of thing. It does seem to me that there is some capacity at Oakleaf Village that we're overlooking, and I understand that they're at 87% or whatever it was, but they then have 6 more portable sites, and while no one wants to be bused, that's a much safer route over it. I know right now you can't go over that bridge. My understanding, you have to go around for the culvert construction or something, but that's very temporary based on the flashing sign on the road. So I do have some, I guess I just would like, I hear the other concerns, the high school concerns and that kind of thing, but my safety concerns, my safety background, really I just worry that we would be putting these elementary students unnecessarily at risk. I understand that walking is a risk, getting on a bus is a risk, but going through that intersection is very concerning to me. So that specific part, I just was wondering, could we look at these 200 kids in some other way, accommodating those in some other way, and could we figure out a way to find the $10 million? I don't know, but that area, obviously, from what we've seen, is not going to stop growing. So I guess my biggest concerns are around the safety of that intersection and busing these kids. The length of the bus ride down where we live, kids have to ride that. I mean, if you live at the beginning of a route, you're riding a long ride, and we can't alter bus rides because we don't want our kids on the bus as long. Obviously, none of us would want our kid on the bus as long as everyone else's. But that doesn't concern me really as much as that intersection. So I've talked long enough about that, but that's my real hesitation.
Ms. Kirkus.
I am. This is never easy, and I listened closely to what Mrs. Studdard said, and I'm glad that she's here and able to speak about it because she's been through it.
Yeah.
So, she's got that knowledge that none of us have. We've not done this, and I can just tell you personally, my house, this is my district, Fleming Island's my district, and I live right off of 220, and my neighborhood, when we bought the house, I believe we were zoned elementary school. Our elementary school was Doctor's Inlet. It then changed to Fleming Island Elementary, and then it changed to Swimming Pen Elementary. My oldest started high school at Ridgeview High School, and after the first year, Fleming Island opened up, so he had to move. He didn't want to. He fought me tooth and nail. He wanted a special pupil assignment to stay in Mr. Campbell's science class, and but I didn't do it because I had 2 other kids coming to this school, and it's so important that they all be at the same school. So I understand exactly what you're talking about. And now on the flip side of that, where I grew up, I was that kid who could walk to the nearest high school, but bused 25 minutes away. And so all the kids that I grew up with in the neighborhood, because they split the neighborhood up, you know, once we got out of elementary school, we were in different schools, but, you know, it still didn't matter. But once we got to junior high and high school, those friendships kind of died off. And I was, you know, taking a sports bus home in the evening, whereas I could have walked from the other one, which is something, you know, we don't even have here. But so I see both sides. I see, as a parent of my own children and our house changing, and I don't believe that it hurt our property values at all, and I would hope that it would be the same for you. But I do understand you bought your homes with the intent of going to those beautiful new schools. And now you have us telling you that you're going to be bused to the older school. And I know, you know, nobody likes change, and which is why this is very hard. It's probably one of the hardest things we as a board will have to deal with, because we're upsetting every one of you. And, you know, it's easy to say, well, it's the least impact because it's just that one neighborhood. But when it's your child and the mama bear comes out, you know, it impacts you because it's your children. And we really are here for the best interest of the children. And so, you know, that's why I thought maybe we could bring in massive portables and risk, you know, our class size if we had to, because we have to do what's right for the children. And we need to be more proactive. We need to be more proactive in how we can look at possibly getting this next elementary school going. But that's not going to happen overnight, and we do need some kind of, you know, I hate to use the term Band-Aid or quick fix, but that
Relief.
basically is, yeah, relief. Thank you. That is what we're trying to find. So, anyway, that's all I have to say. I'm sorry that all of you were brought here for this reason. And if, you know, this goes through, and it's your homes that are affected and your children, you know, it's so sad, because if we decide to change it, we're going to have 200 other people here telling us the same thing. And of course, you know, you're going to feel better because it's not you, but we're going to be dealing with it with somebody. You know, if we did the domino effect of how you look at the schools, we, as Mr. Merrill said, would be impacting so many more families, which is why they chose that one neighborhood. But, you know, when you think you can walk out your door and walk to your elementary school, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's just crazy. So that's all I have. Sorry.
Ms. Skillhausen?
I sympathize with a lot of what has already been said. Personally, I drive my child 15 minutes to school every day and drive 15 minutes to pick him up. So I know what it's like to have to fight traffic and drive a distance to get your kid to school every day. And it's not ideal. And it's not what any parent would wish, especially if you're looking at another school out your back door. I would be interested in seeing what it would look like if we shifted the boundary lines. I know it would impact 3 schools instead of 2, but numbers-wise, I would be interested in seeing what that looks like, and I would be interested in seeing what that looks like as a cost analysis with our transportation. If we move some students from Oakleaf Village to Argyle and then from Plantation Oaks to Oakleaf Village, and do the domino effect and see what that looks like as a comparison. I would like to see those numbers side by side.
Okay. First of all, I think of all the board members here, I probably received the most phone calls and the most emails because this is my district. And I just want to say, first of all, I want to apologize for all the people that I was not able to get back to. There was a lot of phone calls. I had a lot of phone calls, and I was trying to call people back, you know, in the evenings. And I spoke to several of you spoke tonight that I spoke to on the phone. I just want to say, you know, I have a personal acquaintance with this issue. I grew up in Southern California, Los Angeles, in the 70s when I was going to school, and I was personally impacted by the desegregation that was taking place back then. And they were busing kids. I lived in Woodland Hills, and they were busing kids from Woodland Hills to downtown Los Angeles, and kids from downtown Los Angeles to Woodland Hills. And so there was a lot of, I mean, kids were traumatized, really, because you talk about moving just a few miles down the road. We were 15, 20 miles, out of the city. And so I certainly, from a personal perspective, I understand, and I hear your concern, and I hear your anger. And, a couple of things that concern me that I still have questions about is when these new developers and the builders are building these new houses, my question is, why aren't these builders informing the buyers that, there's a school right across the street from you, but there is no guarantee? Why are they not disclosing the capacity, the current capacity issues to these homeowners? And I don't have an answer to that question yet, but I'm going to get it, because as I heard from so many of you, your builders that you were buying your houses from were selling you what turned out to be, or appears to be, a bill of goods. So that's one thing that concerns me. I want to know whether or not there is a requirement for builders to disclose that kind of information to these homeowners when they're buying these houses in these areas, and they're being promised that they're always going to be able to go to that school right across the street. There's never that kind of a guarantee when you have, the ebb and flow of capacity issues going on in the district. So that's one of my concerns. The other concern that I heard a lot about was the fact that Forest Hammock is not just a community in of itself. They're part of a larger community, and I heard a lot of people saying they feel like they're being ripped out of their community. They're a smaller subdivision that's being ripped out of a larger community. So I certainly empathize with that, and I hear you in that. At the same time, I think we all acknowledge that there is a capacity problem, that we have to address it. And I think that what I would like to hear is, I would like to hear what some of the other options are. I would like to take a look at some of the other options. I know many of you that I spoke to, and many emails that I got, I'll be forwarding those to Mr. Merrill, but people were putting forth ideas, and whether those ideas whether those ideas are realistic or not, I think it's worth looking at them. Personally, I'm an out-of-the-box thinker, and there was one lady who proposed to me this real out-of-the-box idea. It drew a lot of questions and things like that, but certainly I value hearing everybody's input and seeing if together we can't maybe come up with some, I'm not saying, it's going to be better for everybody, but certainly to kind of equalize the impact a little bit, and to try to resolve some of the, the current issue that we have. We have to resolve the overcrowding issue. We have to do that, because where we have overcrowding, we have a diminished quality of education, I believe. And so we want every child to have the same quality of education, and so we want that, we want that to be evened out, and so we have to deal with it. We have to have this discussion. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight and presenting your ideas and your comments. So
Ms. McKinnon.
yes. So I'm done speaking. I just wanted to share, what my thoughts were and how I feel about the issue. And so we'll bring it back to the board.
I was just curious,
Gilhausen.
if you could, because I know that these folks don't usually attend our meetings and they're wanting to interject. Can you just kind of go over how we run the meetings, and that it's not that we don't want to hear from them, but we have to be fair and consistent in the way that we run our meetings?
Yeah. So basically, we run our meetings because we have a consent agenda that comes before us first, and we get that out of the way, and then we have things on the agenda that are discussion. Our policy allows us to have people put in these yellow cards, which you all did, to speak 3 minutes to any item that is on the agenda, which is what, and we want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. And I know there was a lot of you here tonight. So We don't want to limit anybody. We want to have everybody an opportunity to speak, and knowing that there's so many of you here, that we knew it was going to be a long night. So at the end of this meeting, we're going to move on, and we're going to have, as we get further on, we're going to get to presentations from the audience, then we'll get on further down. And then that is your opportunity to speak to any item that you wish, which we already have these cards here for that. So is that what you were...
Yes,
Yeah.
they were wanting to interject when we were talking.
Yeah,
about it, and
we can't really allow that because we'll be going all night, and so we try to keep the meeting very orderly. And certainly there is the opportunity for y'all to come back next month. And let me just remind you that you can call any one of us, even though I represent District 4. We all represent the entire district, so you can call any one of us. And, we'll be happy to talk to you, talk with you over the phone, listen to your ideas and things like that. So you're not just limited to this board meeting in terms of speaking out and having your voice heard. You can pick up the phone and call us, and there isn't anybody here that won't call you back and, have some conversation with you.
Ms. McKinnon,
Yes.
as the District 4 representative, will you be attending their meeting on Tuesday?
Yes, I will. I will be attending that meeting on Tuesday.
After that meeting, would somebody send a brief to the rest of the board to let us know how the meeting went?
Yeah. Mr. Merrill? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I have a motion for approval by Ms. Condon and a second by Ms. Gilhousen. Any?
I do have one question.
Sure.
Just for clarification, if we didn't approve it tonight, we couldn't explore these options, correct? We have to approve the advertisement in order to explore the options for the overcrowding?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And but all we're doing is approving the advertisement, not anything more than that.
That is correct. We're only approving the advertisement.
And once we approve the advertisement, if we approve the advertisement, are we then locked into a timeline?
Mr. Merrill, you want to speak to that?
We must give the BCC and the municipalities 45 days to respond to us. So that takes it to March, which we would bring back after we've had all the meetings, and then it would be your decision whether to go forward there or not. But we have to give them at least 45 days to respond.
I guess my question was, if we approve to advertise this and then we get some suggestions that we want to consider, can we go beyond the March? Is March a deadline, or is March...
45 days is 45 days.
It's getting pretty tight if we go beyond March as far as grading up kids to new schools and getting bus routes and things like that. It gets pretty tight to have that information available to the parents and the students before they leave school that year to going to the next school, the next grade.
I guess I'm kind of thinking that, by advertising it, we get more opinions from really smart people, and we also bring awareness to the issue that is not going away. The overcrowding is not going away. And you said you had gotten a number of suggestions on possible solutions. Certainly, Mr. I believe it's Jones, had said that he didn't have time to come up with and really fully develop his thoughts. And I think we owe it to ourselves to do that. We owe it to all the students to really listen to each other. And then if we decide not to go forward with any one section of this book, because I think I had asked Mr. Merrill and Ms. Cornegie if they I had said to them my preference would be, once we get to the point of voting, that we vote
section by section.
Section by section. And so I guess at that point, I'd like to hear all the ideas, because whether it's you folks or all the angry parents because their child has 30 students in the class or whatever, the kids aren't going anywhere from that area. And so it kind of seems to me like if we have 45 days where we have to notify the BCC, these towns, the mayors and those things, that they may have ideas that we haven't thought of or considered, or be willing to, I don't know, be creative with this $10 million gap we have to build this other school. So I don't know. It just occurs to me that more ideas are better.
So you're saying that the way that we do that is by approving this for advertisement, and that way we get the conversation going?
That's what I think.
I think that the other thing we have to take into consideration is the 16-17 school year. I don't know that Oakleaf could handle another growth like we saw this. I mean, I know for a fact they can't. Just looking at these numbers, we have to do something for the 16-17 school year. And what Mr. Merrill is saying is, if we don't get that ball rolling and come up with a decision, not necessarily this decision, but come up with a decision by March, that doesn't give them adequate time to plan for the 16-17 school year. And we don't want this mess on the first day of school.
Y'all, I realize that we may have a problem in the future if growth all of a sudden just goes crazy. Well, if that happens, our impact fees are going to go up. We're going to get more money, and we'll get a school built. You know, sometimes it's wiser to take a deep breath and look at what we're doing. I mean, it's easy to get the map and it makes sense. Well, you know, this would be quicker because we can just go, they're practically up on Argyle Forest Boulevard. We can just put them down, and that's easy to do. But y'all, we're talking about families, and I mean, these people that saved up for 5 years to build their house, and let me tell you, I don't even think it's fair to blame the builders or the realtors for not telling them, because all the builder and realtor can tell them is that this subdivision is zoned to this school. There's no, they have no magic ball to say, or no reason to say, but I don't know if in 5 or 10 years you might get districted to some other school. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. All they can do is tell them where the zones are as the minute they move in, but there's no guarantees down the road, and I don't think any realtor or builder or developer are going to go around saying, well, I just want y'all to know they may be moved next year or the year after, but I just don't think we would be making a horrible, horrible mistake if we slowed this down, really explored options and thought about it and the feasibility of the school. I just don't.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't want to advertise it because that puts the wheels in motion, and you are going to, it's going to steamroll then. I say let's take a deep breath and think this thing through.
I have a question. Can I ask Ms. Sturt a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Condon.
So, according to the paper that Mr. Merrill gave us, June of 15, they ended with 63 additional students, and then they started 2 months later with 100 more students than that. So my question for you is, what happens if that same phenomenon occurs this June? So June of 16, and then August of 16 we open and we have 100 more students. Where will we put them? Because he said he has capacity for about 50 more in portables. So that means we would have about 50 students we couldn't accommodate unless we did the class size bigger. And so, which I mean, our teachers don't want that, or, you know, so that brings with it, so that's my concern, is that specific, and I do feel like there is capacity at Oakleaf Village, and I'm not suggesting that any move would be easy, but it just seems to me, could we do something different with those apartments, the rental properties, move them to Oakleaf Village or something? I don't know, but I guess I'm just saying, I think there is a problem. I don't think I think
You
a lot
just
of
discussed another option, so you know that's all I'm saying. Let's look at options.
I agree. I agree that the overall growth of the Oakleaf area seems to be this, you know, a few years down the road, to where it's an issue except at this specific school. And that's my main concern is can we handle these?
Another year.
Yeah.
I have to add something to what Mrs. Studdard said, and some of you will remember this, but remember Miss Adams sitting here saying, our hair's not on fire? And Miss McCabe saying we have to worry about the unintended consequences? Well, maybe we need to slow it down because our hair's not on fire, and we will have unintended consequences to worry about.
But I would disagree that our hair is on fire. If you look at these numbers, I mean, what if we start the next school year? I just don't see how we can safely accommodate. I mean, if we're talking about safety, though, if we're thinking about having an overcrowded school, to me that's a safety hazard in and of itself. If you're thinking about fire drills and lunchroom and all of the things that we have to do in a school day, that
Ms. Condon's got me concerned now about this intersection up here.
So I'd like to amend my motion.
Can we please have order? I understand your emotion there, but we really need to move this along. So, Ms. Condon.
I guess more appropriately, Mr. Sykes can tell me if I've got this right or not, but I guess I'm withdrawing my motion to advertise, but I would like to have it come back on the February agenda. And I understand Mr. Merrill's concerns about time frames that we're putting in there. So I don't want us, and if we have to have a special meeting scheduled at that 45-day mark, beyond the February meeting. But I really am interested to hear what you all come back with from your town hall meetings. I don't want that process to stop. I just feel like we have thrown out a lot of things. It's 10:41 at night. I want to make sure we're making the right decision for all children, not just your children, but for all children. I'd like to amend my motion or withdraw my motion, and I'd like to make a new.
No, she's got to withdraw her second.
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay.
And
we have a motion to withdraw, and she's
I don't
going
think I have to
her
make
second.
a motion to ask for this to be brought back on the February agenda.
No.
But that's what I'd like to see done. Is that acceptable or?
She's withdrawn her motion in the second, so now you're free to make a successive motion.
You're free to make a successive motion.
You can just general consensus say bring this back to us in February.
That's what I'd like to see it back in February.
Okay. Well, I agree with her. It should come back in February with all the changes and everything that you've requested. Let's see the spreadsheet of what they've got to offer before we go and upset these people's lives.
Okay. Do you want to make that a motion so we can vote on it, or?
I will. I move that we table this item to the February agenda.
I'll second.
Have a motion to table this item until the February agenda by Ms. Condon and a second by Ms. Gilhousen. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0.
Special meeting, right? Yeah. So let's talk about that. Yeah. We'll talk about that at the end.
Okay, I want to thank you guys all for coming. You are all free to leave if you so choose.
Ms. McKinnon.
Oh, no, not right now. We're not done with this meeting, so.
Ms. McKinnon, do
Yes.
we have a lot of cards for the presentation?
We have a few. We have about
Could we have like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's go ahead and we're going to take a 5-minute break again. Okay, I think this gentleman wants to speak.
She withdrew the motion, and the second was withdrawn.
Oh, no, 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 son, you have to, I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. Okay. That bottom number is my personal cell phone number. Okay, see, I work a whole nother job, so that's why it's difficult for me to take calls during the day because I'm actually at work. So I get all those voice messages, and then I go home at night and I sit in my office at home and return all those calls. So you can call me on that cell phone number, and let me write my district, because I have a district phone. I have a work phone, a personal cell phone, a business phone, and then I got a school board number. So let me give you my school board phone number, and that's the number that you should call to talk about the school board business, okay? Let me find that. I got so many phone numbers, I can't remember them all. 37783. This is my... So that's the number that you can reach me at. That's a 904 number, okay? So reach me at that number, and then what I'll do is I'll find out what that request is, and then let you know. So in a circumstance like that, you know, not everybody's going to be able to do that, but they do allow on a case-by-case basis. So I think for a circumstance like that, that might be something that they may consider, okay? And I can't promise that because I don't, we don't get involved in that as a school board member. But certainly you can make that request depending on how all this turns out. So you're welcome. Thank you for your service. I'm a Navy veteran myself. Yes, I am. I served 10 years. My husband's retired. I have my youngest son as a lieutenant. He's currently serving in Guam. He's in the nuclear force, yep. So he serves aboard the USS Key West. So we are a military family, and I certainly understand military families. Okay, you work for the JAG? Okay. I certainly understand military families. We are a military family. We know what it's like to have to move around every 2 years. I was stationed overseas. I raised 3 kids as a single mom overseas in Spain. Came back to, we were in Rota, and came back to the States and, was stationed in Pennsylvania. I started my Navy career right here in Jacksonville, so my first son was born here in Jacksonville. So I certainly understand the challenges that military families have, and one thing that I can tell you is the Clay County School District, because we're such a large military community here, we really care about our military families, and we really try to do our best to meet all their needs. So, okay.
I'll be at the meeting on
Okay.
and I'll bring up the before and after here.
Yes, please.
Because that's
Yeah.
nobody has mentioned that.
Right. Right. So the ESC children are. Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah. Right.
heard both. Okay, thank you so much. Sure thing.
Let's get 6 cards, now 18.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. So if you could all please take your seat, and if we could get our board members back up here. And gotcha. Okay. Any particular order you want to save the best for last? Miss Quinn Jangle. I know, that's why I was thinking for her at the very end. It's all gonna, yeah. Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume. We are currently at presentations from the audience, and we have several cards here. So we will begin with Miss Amy Smith.
Hello, my name's Amy Smith, and my address is on file. All right, a couple things real quick. I'm going to try to be quick. As far as, I want to appreciate y'all looking at the whole picture. From transportation, as an employee, we hear every day on the radio about how bad that situation is over there with the constructions, the accidents, constantly, 100 times a day on that radio. It drives you crazy just hearing it. So I do appreciate y'all taking a look at that for them people, especially because, you know, have to add the buses and everything in. My next thing, real quick with that, other than that, is that agenda that was taken off. I appreciate it for right now, but when it does get back on, we'll be back up here. I don't appreciate you coming in trying to take the citizens' place to be able to speak up here at a school board meeting. Coming from a citizen of Clay County of all my life, 29 years, my family has been here. Excuse me. This is not just y'all's county. It's the citizens' county. We're not Lee County. Let me repeat that. Not Lee County or any other county. We are Clay County, and that's the way it's going to stay. The citizens of Clay County own this county, not you. Have a great day.
Okay. Mr. Smitty Huffman?
Smitty Huffman, my information's on the card. First of all, I'd like to say that there are absolutely wonderful people that work in this county. There is absolutely wonderful administrators, staff, teachers, and support personnel, bus drivers, and everybody else. I kind of changed my presentation around 5 times based on what I heard tonight. There is a problem in this county, and it is an erosion of the confidence of the parents, teachers, employees, and community. And it's not caused by outside groups or citizens speaking up, as myself. There's been a 46% increase in resignations since last year, the previous year, in employees in this county and teachers. It's one of the highest resignation rates in the state. Statement was made tonight, 200 new teachers each year. Well, we had 80 fewer teacher allocations this year. All of a sudden I hear about $6.4 million additional revenue that wasn't in the original budget. It's already been allocated. Don't know where it's going to be spent exactly, but it sounds like it's already spent. I've heard that the administration or superintendents hired a lobbyist for $20,000. I thought that would be a new position, would have to be approved by the board. Don't know how accurate that is. Inaccurate information has been provided to this school board and to the public for the last 3 years. One example would be $1.4 million state mandated to teachers. Superintendent and chairwoman, along with other board members, have made statements that could have been spent elsewhere. Wrong, could not. It was a state mandate. And that was all in the last election cycle, by the way, just before the previous election. Constantly, I hear misinformation from the superintendent. Another example would be the possible loss of accreditation, which was also just before the previous election. We had no danger of that, and the accreditation board proved that false also. Also repeated by the superintendent and the chairwoman and other board members. Okay, I do not know how much accurate information is ever given, and I'm tired of the teachers and the union and others that present the obvious to be blamed on that. Charter schools might be an option. You got $184,000 paid to legislatures on the state level. We had over $40,000 paid to campaigns of some of the school board members and county commissioners. That is a definite conflict of interest, and anything they say cannot convince me otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Donna Mace.
I'm Donna Mace, and my address is on my card. I'm here to thank the board members that pulled that consent item about limiting speech. I think tonight's meeting is an example of why speech should never be limited in this county. I heard a lot of you say how much you valued the input that you received tonight, yet I understand this item may come back to haunt us again. I hope when it does, it's not slid in a consent agenda again, so we have to find it. But we will find it if you do that. I don't care if the state allows you to do it. I don't care if Lee County did it. I don't care if Duval has done something similar. I don't think that's what the citizens here want to have done. I've recently retired from a district that discouraged teacher speech. I want the teachers of my grandchildren to be able to speak freely without any fear of ever being silenced. In fact, today the Washington Post published an article about how teachers are being discounted when they speak, so we don't want to encourage that. My family is longtime Clay residents. My mother graduated from a Clay County school. I did. All 6 of my children did, and my grandchildren are beginning to. I don't want them to be part of a school system that would ever silence anyone on any position. I don't know why you would want to do that, especially after tonight. The concerns and opinions of the citizens are important before you make your decisions, not afterwards. I just want to say that if there's anyone here that really does not welcome ever hearing the concerns or the thoughts or the opinions of the citizens, they probably need to reconsider if they should be serving on a board such as this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Crane.
Good evening, Liz Crane. You have my address for the record. 9 years ago, just 9 years ago, an elementary school opened to alleviate the overcrowding at a neighboring school. The school opened with great administration, faculty, and staff. The school opened with parents and students clamoring to attend and learn. The school opened as a family and as a home. This school has 53% free and reduced lunch rate. This school's family would come together to donate money, clothes, food, time, and other resources to help students and their families. During these 9 years, this school has been an A school for 8 of those years. The year the school was a B school, the faculty, staff, and administration worked countless hours to achieve the A status once again. Teachers and students stayed late to work on skills. Administration worked at home, looking at data to pinpoint student strengths and weaknesses, and then they would work with teachers to work with those students. Support staff members worked with students one-on-one and built lasting relationships to further mentor those students. This school also has a history of 3, not 2, not 1, but 3 Clay County Teachers of the Year. Each of these teachers taught in very different areas. One was a kindergarten teacher, one was a resource teacher, and one was a 6th grade teacher. Each teacher is unique in style and manner. Each classroom is unique in curriculum and students. During the 9 years, this school sent many students to the Jim Harbin state level competition, and those students returned with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place awards. 3 students just this year won awards based on their artwork for Freedom Week, despite not having an art teacher. Students have won at the History Fair, Tropicana Speech Contest, and even going on to the state level. Students have placed 1st, 2nd, and 3rd at the science fairs. This school, if you haven't guessed, is mine, Coppergate. Each morning I walk past the library, the heart of the family of Coppergate. Each morning I see students checking out books, taking AR quizzes, and parents visiting one another. One young lady in particular is there every day. She has a very full agenda with contests and clubs and extracurricular activities. I'm in awe of her. I love chatting with her about her goals and what she's working on. Her younger sister will be joining us next year. As I returned to the classroom, I thought about why she and the other students like her are the way they are. And I thought about her younger sister, who also takes the books out of the library every time she comes. Why? Why are these kids like this? Slowly, the realization hit me. Coppergate is a family. Coppergate is a loving home. We look after each other, and we look after our kids. Several of you here tonight will be visiting Coppergate next week for Literacy Week. Please take the time to get to know our family and tour our home. I guarantee that you will want to be part of our loving family and home.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Ms. Paiva?
Renly Paiva, speaking on the behalf of the CCEA. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I truly wasn't going to speak tonight. I was quite happy that item C2.9 was withdrawn. But we started the meeting by a withdrawn item being spoken to by the school superintendent. The school attorney. So I'm forced to speak. I have no choice but to speak. I thought we came to senses by withdrawing it and not even thinking about putting that back on the agenda, but I don't think that is true. Lee County is 100,000 students, $34 million in their reserve fund, 6%. Lee County does speak. The difference you are a legislative body. You're not a quasi-judicial body. You're a legislative body. That's your job. Your job is to listen to the people of Clay County. I don't care if there's other counties who have stuff like that and don't speak. I care what happens in Clay, and by time you're never going to shut me up, because that's just not going to happen. You ask my mother, oh, she's dead. You can't ask her. Anyway, what happens in Lee County also is quite different. And if you remember, when you terminate somebody and it comes to you and they're terminated, then the next course of action for us is to go in front of the chairman, and then the chairman comes back to you. For example, in the Mike Ford case. That's not what happens in Lee County. And this is the difference. In Lee County, when you terminate, and in many counties, and in probably most counties, it doesn't come back to the school board. It goes to an administrative judge. So that's why you're quasi-judicial in that instance only. You are not quasi-judicial on whether, for people going out to bids. If we're going out for bids and insurance, everybody has the right to talk. You're not quasi-judicial. You're legislative. You're not quasi-judicial when you talk about charter schools. You're legislative, and we have the rights to object to it. You are certainly not quasi-judicial when we go to impasse. When we go to impasse, Chapter 447 kicks in, and it actually says that we will speak to the special magistrate's recommendations. I hope I have 100 teachers speaking to that day. So that is what has upset me, that we would even think of limiting our speech. And so many times, and you know what? My two lawyers called your lawyer. All right? Pam Cooper, who is an expert in school law, and Ronald Myers, who's an expert in school law, and they still haven't received a call back. They call back, I'm speaking. It's my freedom. If they would receive a call back, then we probably wouldn't have even gone this far. So yeah, I'm doing a Donald Trump. I'm angry. I'm really angry that people in this board think that they're going to limit the speaking of the citizens of Clay County. Not going to happen, never going to happen as long as I'm president of CCEA.
Thank you, Ms. Paiva. Ms. Gwen Shangle.
I guess I'm going to do the Sarah Palin. Okay. With that said, I can either see you or I can see my notes. Pick one. I would like to speak about the silencing of the public. Hopefully I can keep this on track. First and foremost, this item was put onto a consent agenda, not a discussion agenda. So it was on a rolling forward basis. Secondly, somehow it was placed onto the agenda by the attorney. My understanding from school board policy is that you cannot do that. The school board attorney, according to policy, cannot place items on the agenda, which means the superintendent and the chair, Ms. McKinnon, had to have reviewed it, approved it, and placed it on the agenda. Well, the proverbial poop hit the fan via social internet stuff. Media was all over the place. People were blogging, phone calls, texting, emails. I know most of you, if not all of you, received more than one call about it. What's interesting is some of the board members were made aware of it in advance. Some weren't. Questions come to mind. When they were asked why it was suddenly taken off of the agenda, the answer came back from a school board member that, well, it was about the impasse and we discovered that legally the state statutes cover that and so it's no longer needed. If that's the case, why was there other verbiage? The quasi-judicial, and goes through a lot of things, and then it says, but not limited to, which basically is an open door. Anything that has anything to do with anything legal, which everything you guys do, can't be spoken about if you choose not to let us speak about it. That's silencing the public. What's even more interesting about it is then
the public relations person for Mr. Van Zant went on the news and said it was being taken off the agenda because there wasn't time to discuss it. It's not 2 a.m. yet. I remember being here for more than one meeting that went on until midnight, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock in the morning, when we had people come up to this podium to share about what their favorite T-shirt was. Remember that? Oh, yeah. And when people came up to this podium and pointed at people on the board and said, "Your church isn't Christian and you're going to burn in hell." Do you remember that? The board chair at that time was Mrs. Carol Studdard. She tried her best to keep the meetings running and not silence the public, but at least tell us what we can and can't talk about. And what we could talk about was school board business. Everything on this list is school board business. You cannot silence the people. You answer to the people. We elect you.
Thank you, Ms. Shangle. Okay. Next, I've lost my place. School board requests. School board requests.
Who? Me?
I'll let you go first, Ms.
Okay.
Studdard.
I was just looking back at the speakers here. I want to ask something. I heard Mr. Huffman say that we had a lobbyist for $20,000. I remember a couple years ago it came up about us getting a lobbyist. I don't think y'all weren't here yet. It's been probably a couple years, and it came up. Mr. Van Zant wanted to hire a lobbyist for, I think it was $10,000.
2012.
And there was a motion by Ms. McKinnon, and it died for lack of a second. And that's the last I've heard about a lobbyist, so I'm concerned that about this $20,000 for a lobbyist. Do we have a lobbyist, Mr. Van Zant?
Yes, we do.
When was it hired? She.
Let's just let you guys ask all your questions you want about whatever it is, and then I'll address them all at the end.
Okay, because I would like to know if we have a lobbyist, how much it is, for how long a time, and who is it? And why did it not come to the board if we hired a lobbyist? I mean, and the only other thing, since this is board request, I would like the answer to that. But just so that y'all know, because I think you may know this teacher, up at Lakeside Elementary School, the longtime PE teacher there, Kim Tricana brought, there have been some of the most, there was the most touching video of her kindergarten, the little kindergarten kids today. Excuse me? Was it first grade? Excuse me, first grade. It brought tears to my eyes, but for y'all who don't know, I don't know all the details, but she has had some very serious eye problems, and I think they're putting in a prosthetic, whatever. But any cards or notes to her, she's a wonderful PE teacher and has given so much, and there has just been an outpouring of comments on Facebook to her, showing her love. But the video today of the kids singing and so forth, I just wanted to share it with y'all because we are family. I mean, we all pull together, and she's an outstanding person. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Studdard. Ms. Condon?
Well, it's a very busy time. As we all know, lots of things going on next week. Our spelling bee, our beloved spelling bee, which will have a new champion this year. So we're all looking forward to those things. And I know that I'm reading at a number of elementary schools for Literacy Week. And so if you are trying to get a hold of school board members these times and we don't get back to you right away, we are pretty slammed. But we do appreciate hearing from the public, and that's why we're here. And I just so appreciate our teachers inviting us in. And I mentioned earlier that we got to go and look at classrooms of these Teachers of the Year, and I could have stayed all day in some of those classes, and the questions that the kids asked and the interactions from kindergarten. I got to see from kindergarten up through high school in the Oak Leaf area, and it was just phenomenal. Did you have something you? I'll talk about that. So what Mrs. Studdard is saying she forgot to mention is the rally in Tally on the 14th. I guess it was last Thursday. We went up, and it was really interesting because Mrs. Studdard and I said we'd never protested anything before in our lives, and we've learned a lot. We know that we need to take provisions with us. But it was freezing cold. But I just have to tell you and I know a lot of the faces out there were with us, but for 3,000 people to come together from all different walks of life. There were parents, there were teachers, and there were school board members from across the state. There was a group from Key West that had driven all night, and then they were getting back on their bus and driving all night to get back to Key West the next day, and all there because we remained steadfast. And I really believe that our fight is building momentum for our legislators and our governor and our state school board to hear us that we need educators making decisions on what our standards are. We need our assessment system is broken, and I know we saw Mr. Umbaugh showed us some really great information about Clay County tonight, and I know that our school grades, when they come out next month, look really good. But I read an article just last week that there are upwards of half the 10th graders across the state failed that FSA test, and then they have to make other arrangements. And anytime you design something with a 50% failure rate, I just ask, who is that benefiting? It's not benefiting the student. It makes the student feel inferior. So what, are we not teaching to it? I don't believe that that's the case. I don't believe we know in Clay County our great teachers are teaching our kids enough that they know the information. But I just really remain steadfast, and y'all know this has been I know that y'all can roll your eyes because Betsy's on her soapbox again about assessment, but I just feel so passionate about it, and I don't feel like we've been heard, but I feel like we're getting closer to being heard and getting closer to the parents, and because teachers are parents also, and the administrators and all. We're getting closer to everyone coming together to send a message to Tallahassee that not only do we not want the federal government making these decisions, but we really don't want the state government making those decisions, because what's right for a student in Clay County is not going to be the same as what's right for a student in Monroe County or wherever else. So I really just... and so that was what I'm tired. I'm sorry, it's 11:21, so I'm tired. But so that leads me to tell you that the first week of February, I am headed up, as well as Ms. Karakas, to the Florida School Board Association Legislative Days. And I know Mr. Van Zant has already booked us some time to talk to some legislators that are on the education committee, so that they can know that Clay is serious about some change. And not just about assessment, but about our funding levels too. And one of the things they said at that rally is that we're just now back to the funding levels from the state that we were in 2008. And so in 8 years, I really feel like they need to do better. This is the largest part of their budget, and so those are my two hot button issues to head up to Tallahassee with February 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and so we'll be excited to come back and report to you in February on that.
Okay, Betsy, what was the chant? Enough is enough. Before I go, I think Mrs. Studdard had something, the love of the arts, that she's got to talk about.
Oh, because I wrote you a note and said band
I had it
concert.
written down.
You know, after it leaves me, I think of all these things I didn't say. But the junior high and senior high band, all-county band, had their concert
Two Saturdays
ago.
Mr. Wingate was there.
It was Mr. Wingate. Where'd he go?
He's over there.
Where is he? Oh, there you are. He was there. But Ms. Caracas and I went, and I want you to know, I think it was the senior high band, one of the numbers that they did, I don't believe a college band could have learned it in a day's time. I mean, it was phenomenal. It just, everybody was just awestruck and did a standing ovation. We have quite a fine arts and music program in Clay County, and I just wish that y'all all could have heard that concert. That's it. Now, I won't interrupt again.
They really were wonderful, and I know that we're all looking forward to the chorus that's coming up,
Right.
and we do have a lot of things coming up. Well, I'd like to remind everybody that we had all agreed that we would have a workshop on additional funding millage rate, and we all said that we would look at our calendars at the January meeting. So I'd like to ask you to get your calendars out so we could find a date that we could have a workshop. I met with Mr. Van Zant and Ms. Legutko, and I invited Ms. Paiva to meet with us, and we all sat down. We had a good meeting, and we gave some suggestions on what we thought should be brought back. So if you have any suggestions on what you'd like to see at that workshop, you can email them to the superintendent, and he will get it together for us. And I know this is not the norm, but Ms. Paiva, excuse me, Renali, would you look at your calendar? Thank you.
Could I make one suggestion? Over the next 30 days or so, we've got just so many events. Could we look at either the first week or two of March, like starting around February 29th through maybe March 10th? The next week, March 14th, starts spring break for a week. Would one of the first 2 weeks of March work for everybody?
Yeah, the 29th is the last all-day meeting for the RFP for insurance committee, so that day won't work, but the rest of that.
What day are you talking about?
He was suggesting that first week of March, March 1 through 4.
Or 7 through 11.
Or 7 through 11.
For me, 7 through 11, one day that week would be better.
Well, there's nothing in February that would work, Mr. Van Zant?
It's just really busy. I'm speaking in generalities.
Well, I want to make sure we give Ms. Legutko time. Okay.
Could we maybe do the second week of March sometime? I do feel an obligation to let you all know where I stand before we even schedule this worksheet. I'm not for raising property taxes. I'm just going to put that on the table. If you want to talk about a sales tax, I'm willing to listen. Timing-wise, I'm not sure that this is the right time for it. I don't know that it's a campaign the public would buy into at this point in time. If that's what we want to discuss, I'm willing to listen. But property tax, I just want you to know where I stand. I'm not for property tax
Well,
increase.
that's all right. It's a discussion we don't have to have tonight. I think it's important that we have this workshop so that you can see what would be generated or not and make your decision based on the documentation that's brought forward when Ms. Legutko gets all the numbers together on what a quarter mil, a half mil, a millage, what it would raise, what it would generate, what it would cost the homeowners. And then after you've seen the numbers, then make your decision. I'm asking that we listen and we...
I don't mind at all
At least
having a workshop
explore
if
it.
that's what you want, but I just want you to know up front, when I ran for office, I put in writing that I was not for property tax increase, and I don't feel right about going against something that I promised to the public. I just...
Right. Well, you would be letting the public decide because you would be voting to put a referendum on the agenda.
Right, which would
on
be
the
saying that
ballot.
I'm in support of that.
And you would be supporting to allow the voters to decide is what you would be doing. You're letting the voters decide, are they willing to give more dollars towards education in their property taxes or not?
I disagree. I think that I would be endorsing that, but that's our difference of opinion. But I just want you to know
That
before
sounds
we...
exactly like something, Mr. Van Zant, you said to me.
I've already disclosed that to you. I've already disclosed that to you, Ms. Karakis. I'm not unwilling to present you numbers.
Mhm.
I am on record and not for raising Clay County citizens' property taxes.
I also have to go on the record with that as well. I am not in favor of raising property taxes. I'm willing to listen to the ideas, but I'm just going on the record right now that that is not something that I'm in favor of doing.
Okay, well.
So-
Can we not have this discussion at 11:30 at night?
Yeah, yeah,
That's
let's,
the date.
yeah.
Yeah. So what did we say, the first week of March or the second week of March? What did everybody agree to?
At the second week of March.
I'm good with the second week of March.
Well,
Are we
I
talking
hate to push it
daytime
off
or-
that far, honestly.
The problem is there's 4 full-day meetings for the RFP for the insurance committee in February.
Okay.
And then we're in Tallahassee for 3 days. Mr. Van Zant is in St. Pete with the Ford Next Generation Learning for 3 days, which is why we moved the board meeting. So I really am kind of thinking it's
Well,
just not looking
Ms.
good.
McKinnon, your schedule, does it need to be done after work?
Yes.
And which
Yeah.
day? There's one day is not good for you? Is it Tuesday nights?
No, it's actually Thursdays are not really good for me, so.
All right. I think it used to be Tuesdays.
It did.
right?
It used to be Tuesdays before I switched roles. Now I have a different manager who has her staff meetings on Thursdays. So it's never right, but
So what-
I'll
what,
make.
What day works? Monday the 7th, Tuesday the 8th, what works?
I think Tuesday the 8th is good for me. Tuesday, March 8th,
Tuesday, March 8th?
5 o'clock.
Do we have a location?
We would meet here. This is where it would be. Is the room available?
Who can tell us if the room is available on March 8th?
Why don't we say, since it's
Okay,
so late,
she's
why don't
looking
we
right
say
now.
it's in this room?
Okay.
Unless
If
that's
they
fine.
don't know, and we can always figure out where later.
And what
Okay.
time?
5 o'clock, they
5
said.
o'clock, yeah.
Tuesday, March 8th at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you for agreeing to set a workshop. I appreciate that.
Wait,
I'm sorry?
it's available, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so we're 5 o'clock on Tuesday, March 8th. Very good. Okay, the other thing that I had down, and this policy that was on the agenda that was withdrawn brought it to my attention that we all got the packets with the applications for attorneys, but we haven't moved forward with that. And so we need to address that. We need to, I don't know if anybody's gone through them and read them and vet them. I've gone through and looked at them all. I haven't actually rated them. I've read them several times. But we need to, I see Mr. Brodsky's ready to take.
Yeah, I tried to give you a head start on rating them and give you a little bit of a worksheet just for to speed up the process. Really, the board has a couple different options, at this point. The board could either decide to stay with current services the way they are, could decide to interview a certain number of candidates. If we did go forward with an interview process, that would have to be in an open format, of course, or you could do individual interviews of them with scoring sheets. So that's really the 3 options that the board has related to that.
I'd rather do it in an open, when we're all together, because, if Ms. Gilhousen asks a question, then it might make me think that, it helps that. And I'm not comfortable with the current situation that we're in. So this policy that was on here proved to me that we need to move forward and seek legal counsel.
I would suggest that each board member do an evaluation and pick maybe their top 5 or whatever y'all want, any number, and then we as a board, if we do it the way we did it in the past, it's not saying that there's not other ways to do it, is the top, I don't even remember if it was 3 or 4 or 5, but I remember them coming in and the board, was able to ask questions and listen to the attorney speak, and you can kind of get a feel in talking to people.
Okay.
Can I just interject something real quick?
Sure.
we just heard about our third calculation and our fund balance being healthy. When I, potentially being healthy, I should say.
Not healthy.
Potentially being healthy.
Not
So, the question that I have, because when we first started talking about putting out an RFP, I suggested that we keep it at the $90,000 rate, and you all kind of laughed, saying we wouldn't get any good candidates at that rate. So my question to you all is, if we end this fiscal year and our fund balance is indeed the 3% that we're hoping for, would you want to put out an RFP with a larger price tag for an attorney, or are you happy with the applications that we have and you want to move forward with what we've got?
I hadn't even had a chance to look at them, so I can't really speak to it.
I'd rather see a full-time attorney than a part-time attorney, personally.
So would you be in favor of, let's look over these and move forward with what we've got, or would you rather put out another RFP with a higher dollar amount?
I don't want to keep the legal counsel that we have, so I'd rather move forward now. And I know that doesn't sound nice, I apologize, but, we can't have policies like this coming on our agenda. This just, so I would rather move forward. What does the rest of the board want?
I feel like Mrs. Studdard, I haven't really looked at what we have, but I'm not in favor of putting out to pay an attorney more before July 1, because we agreed on the budget. And
Right, that's why I'm saying do it later.
Right.
I also agree. I've had a chance to look through some of them, if not most of them, and there wasn't much there that was impressive to me. And
this is part-time, yeah.
Exactly right. And I don't think at this point, unless we go out for an RFP for something that's more money, I think that basically puts our fund balance at risk unless we wait until July 1 to readdress it.
That's kind of where I'm leaning.
So that's just my thought. I think that, to get a really good, I think that, and Ms. Karakis, I respect your opinion, and I respect everybody's opinion, but I don't think that we're going to find the services that we have now for $90,000 unless we go out for another RFP with a higher price tag. And that's just my opinion. And like I said, I respect your opinion, but I think that we should stay put with what we have right now until we get our fund balance healthy. That's just my thought on it. So
I feel like that's such a big mistake. I am not comfortable with the legal counsel we have at all, and I think we need to move forward.
Well, could we pick this back up next month, since Ms. Studdard and Ms. Condon haven't even looked at the applications yet?
I'd like to have.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'd appreciate
Because they can't even
Can
give
we
us
talk
input
about this
on
again next
Yes.
month?
Yeah.
Maybe a agenda discussion.
Yeah, let's put it
Whatever.
on the
Future,
agenda.
yeah.
Mr. Van Zant, could you make sure that this is put on the agenda for next month, please?
Something about discussing attorney services.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's pretty much all I had. Mrs. Studdard and Mrs. Condon covered everything that we'd attended in the last couple of weeks, and we did have fun out in Tallahassee, and it was cold.
Really cold.
Thank you.
Thank goodness we had scarves to go around our head.
I had the privilege of looking through the School-Related Employee of the Year applications and was so impressed at the stellar people who serve our students every day. The hearts that they have for kids, the way that they all consistently go above and beyond. I don't know how you pick just one School-Related Employee of the Year. I mean, there's obviously a system to it, but there's not a bad choice in the pile, in my opinion. So I also think that we need to stop for a minute and just celebrate the fact that our graduation rates are what they are. Our fund balance is looking better and better. And then just the fact that after having such a lull in our economy for so long, we're having growing pains.
I know.
I think that's phenomenal. As difficult as this meeting was, and nobody likes to talk about attendance zone issues. At the same time, it's really good to see that we are growing again.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to add that, like Ms. Gilhousen, I have the tremendous opportunity to participate in the Teacher of the Year selections. So next week, we'll be sitting down and interviewing the finalists, and I did get a chance to read through all those packets. And again, every single one of them are, tremendous teachers and so forth. So I'm looking forward to that. I really want to address this issue because I feel like I owe an explanation. And I really don't want there to be a bunch of contentious argument about this. I feel like I want to explain myself, and then if Mr. Sykes would like to, add on to that. This item that came onto the agenda, I had questions about it. I did, because of the fact that it talked about not taking comment. I mean, that was the first thing. I am a free speech advocate. I believe in it. I ran on it, and I would never, ever want to do anything to limit anybody's speech. So I just would like to share with you, if I may, Mr. Sykes, I'd like to share with you the email with the explanation on, because I asked, tell me what this means. Quasi-judicial proceedings require due process. And Ms. Paiva, I know you said we're not a quasi-judicial body, and you're correct, we're not. But there are times where we do act as a quasi-judicial, not all the time. And this particular item, the way that I understand it, only pertain to those times when we are acting as a quasi-judicial body, which are rare, okay? It says that means, okay, so quasi-judicial proceedings require due process. That means that each side is afforded equal opportunity to be heard and to respond to what has been said. All right? Section 286.0114 3D of the Florida statute specifies that public comment doesn't need to be heard during such quasi-judicial hearings, okay? But it allows other comments to be made at other times or other hearings. So there's other times that you can come back and speak to that issue, just not during that proceeding. And correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm stating it correctly, if I'm not stating it correctly, then please correct me. What that does, and there was an analogy that was given to me, is just imagine yourself, you're walking by the U.S. Supreme Court, and there is two sides that are there, and they're debating an issue, and they're putting their issue before the Supreme Court. Each side has equal opportunity to present their case. The Supreme Court doesn't allow somebody to walk in off the street and put forth, 3 or 4 hours of argument for one side without allowing the other side to respond. And so what that does is it protects free speech, and it also protects due process for both sides. So in those quasi-judicial proceedings, what we do is we allow equal opportunity for both sides to speak. So it was never, the intent was not to limit anybody's ability to speak. It was to protect free speech and protect the due process. Okay? There have been no successful challenges to that section of the Florida statute. If public comment is taken during quasi-judicial proceedings, fundamental fairness would require opposing views to be given equal opportunity to be heard. And we know that, like in a situation like tonight, these things could go on and on and on and on forever. And so we give each side a certain amount of time to present their case. Okay? Again, if I'm not stating that right, please correct me. It says also, however, balance cannot always be attained where certain matters are protected and not subject to public disclosure. And, of course, this was all brought about, hence the board only heard one side of the matter concerning Coach Hall, and that was what I think brought all this up, was that night we had all of those people coming forward, and the board only heard the one side, right? We didn't get to hear, from the other side. So I'm saying that was the example that was given, okay? So I pulled this item because I really felt like there was a lot of misunderstanding about what it was, and I just didn't think it needed to come tonight because of what was going on with the rezoning issue. We knew there was going to be a lot of people here. There was going to be a lot of discussion about that, and we wanted to make sure that all these people had ample time to speak. So that is why I pulled the item. I didn't pull it to offend anybody. I didn't pull it for some political agenda. It wasn't for that. It was clearly because I wanted to make sure that we understood what this was. I certainly don't want anybody to think that we're trying to limit anybody's right to speak. So I just wanted to share that with you and to explain that that was why I pulled that item.
Ms. McKinnon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to ask anything about that policy.
Sure.
You all know how I feel about
Right.
it. But somebody tonight said, I think it was Smitty, that we should go to an administrative judge instead of hearing this.
Let
I've
me.
never heard of that before.
If I may, okay. Everybody's misunderstanding what happens here. At the impasse, this matter is going to go to a magistrate. At the magistrate will essentially have a trial.
Let me
And
stop you for a minute. He wasn't talking about the impasse, though. He was talking about the employee,
I
the Mike
thought that you were
Ford
talking about
case.
the impasse. The-
No,
this-
he's talking about the Mike Ford case, that we, as the body, should have sent that to an administrative judge.
If that was not requested here, basically what happened, they followed the internal procedures, and then the recommendation was made to the board. No further appeal was made by the employee through the process. Now, I can't speak to that process beyond what occurred.
But we have the ability to change the internal procedure to
Cor-
say that instead of coming to us,
That is
it would
correct.
go to an administrative judge.
That is correct. But at the same time, fundamental fairness to the teacher demands that we don't go out there and plaster all this right to privacy issue that the teacher has out in public. And so when you're only hearing one side, you got to be able to hear the other side. So when you're doing the administrative hearing, you're operating in a quasi-judicial proceeding. You're trying to make sure that both sides are fair. And essentially, it would be as if you have each side give their period of opportunity and then parade in all the public to go ahead and espouse their opinion without giving an opportunity to respond. Everybody has a right to First Amendment free speech. There's nothing about that that implicates that. The issue is there's not only is there the right to free speech, there's a right to due process. And when you have due process, it requires both sides have balance. When you look at the scales of justice, there's balance between the two. But when you take and you throw in third parties that get to go in there and trample over the character or say all sorts of things without any sort of parameters, that's not free speech, and it isn't due process. And what happens is 286.0114 protects that, and it's never been upheld, it's never been struck down as being unconstitutional. And I'll tell you, the other thing that I'd like to just throw in there while we're at it, Dade County has it, Duval County has it, Lee County has it, Leon County has it, Alachua County has it, Brevard County has that protection, Osceola has it, Monroe County, and I haven't even gone through all the list. I've got the list of what I've been able to find so far, and there's a bunch of other counties that refer to 286.0114 but don't have the specific language, so you can infer from their policies that they have the same protections. The issue is you need to make sure you have fundamental fairness. Fundamental fairness is both sides have an equal opportunity to hear and respond to what's going on. And that was the whole point of this, what this came up. And the reason it was put together was because of that situation that one night with the teacher. And you heard one side, but you didn't hear the other.
Can I ask a question on that? You're talking about 2.86. I happen to have it with me. And I'm assuming that you're referencing D, number 3D. A meeting during which the board or commission is acting in a quasi-judicial capacity. This paragraph does not affect the right of a person to be heard as otherwise provided by the law.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was my question.
So
That's absolutely correct.
We can write policy. We just can't write illegal policy.
No,
So is it legal for us to say you cannot speak at one of these meetings?
Oh, we can't tell somebody they can't speak. And there's nothing about that that's telling people they can't speak. But the issue of it is, once you
That's
have...
what that policy said.
That's not what it said. What it said during the quasi-judicial proceeding, at the beginning of the proceeding to the end of the proceeding, you're giving both sides the fair opportunity to respond and give their side on equal basis. While the quasi-judicial proceeding is underway, you want both sides to have a fair opportunity. I doubt either side wants the other side to be able to filibuster. And if you're trying to seek a filibuster, where one side completely dominates it, then of course, if what you want is you want to have somebody to flood the audience and filibuster during the quasi-judicial, then you don't need this rule. And so if you're a proponent of just giving one side the opportunity to flood the information, then that's the filibuster, and that's not due process, and that's not fair.
Well, I think the way it's written, it's probably just extremely vague because it gave that impression.
Well,
I
actually,
read
when you
it that
take a
way
look at all these other school boards, it's somewhere even more restrictive than what Lee County has. And none of them have been successfully challenged by the teachers union as being an unfair infringement upon their rights to free speech. And let me
It's probably coming
Hang
now,
on.
though.
it's never been challenged. It never been struck down.
Thank you for
Okay,
answering
all
my
right.
question. I appreciate
Okay.
that.
All right. Okay. So that's all I have.
And I'm sorry I interrupted
That's
you,
okay.
Ms. McKinnon. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney requests.
I just answered it.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent requests.
I know it's getting late. Did any of the senior staff have anything to add to anything tonight? Okay, Mr. Rumball.
Wanted to mention to the board, we had an unfortunate incident happen a week or two ago where we ended up with some double booking on some, some important things that all of us would like to be at. So I decided to hop into the 1980s and go ahead and get us a master calendar. I'm taking the bull by the horns, and I want you to know it won't happen again. We're putting a process, procedures in place to talk all divisions, all departments, where they'll look at the master calendar. As a matter of fact, right now, although all of our computers shut off, if you were to pull up the Clay County website right now, it's already underway. When you click on calendars, now it's not just school, student calendar and employee. You're going to see a district events calendar. And so that's going to flow through my office. We're going to get those on there, and we will never again have a situation where contracts are signed. Like I believe in this case it was a contract that had already been signed to have a music event, and lo and behold, we had also agreed to have the Teacher of the Year, Support Employee of the Year, and so now we're all trying to figure out, well, how can I be in two places at once? So I want you to know that was very important to me and to us. We'll get it fixed, and it won't happen again. Okay?
I just handed out these assignments. Certainly these are up for discussion. This is what I threw out there. So if you have any concerns about any of the assignments, you can give me a call and we can make adjustments if needed. Okay? Is that it, Ms. Cornigan?
Yeah, I just had something I wanted to mention. As you all know, when we developed our legislative priorities and presented those to our legislative delegation, that the academies and the expansion of our academies was our top priority. We knew going into this that this would be a costly endeavor. As we continue to expand, we're going to have to grow our programs, and began looking at avenues to bring in additional revenue to support this work. So we began pursuing these avenues and looking at ed appropriations, much like we did with Florida Youth Challenge a couple years ago, to support this priority. So I did seek some counsel with Southern Strategies, who is well-versed in the academy work and what we were doing here in Clay County. And we have a very good opportunity with strong support from our legislative delegation to bring in $1.3 million from this legislative session in a net appropriation to support both capital expenses as well as operational expenses of our academies. So I did engage in a contract with Southern Strategies. Now, this was very different than what we looked at before, because what we didn't want to do is get into any long-term relationship, because we wanted to, first of all, make sure we were going to get the bang for our buck. So I pay them only for the work that they do up in Tallahassee for this legislative session. There was no contract for $20,000, I can tell you that.
How much is it?
How much was it?
How much is
I
it?
pay them $5,000 a month just for the months that they work.
And how many months do they work?
Well, they work through the end of this legislative session, and so they came on board, was it October-ish?
October.
So how
I don't remember exactly when they started, about the time that we began working on our legislative priorities.
So are we talking 6 months?
Well, that's about
4 months?
$25,000.
Yeah.
5
So,
to 6
so the
months.
way I look at it is we're going to have to spend money to make money, and if we can bring in $1.3 million, then if we've spent 15, 20, 25,000 along the way, then our efforts have been worth.
Did that money
investment.
for this lobbyist come out of the operating fund?
It came out of money that was already budgeted.
are already budgeted where?
We didn't
Within
budget any-
human resources, and I don't remember.
We didn't
the
have any
actual
lobbyist
line
money
item.
budgeted.
No, it's consulting, and
It's operating money, and it didn't come to the board.
no, it didn't. It didn't require it per our policy. If you'll remember, contracts that exceed $50,000 are those that come to
Oh.
the board, so it didn't exceed that amount.
I
And
remember
no-
up to a couple years ago, we had policy in there that up anything over a couple, $3,000 had to come to the board, but this board changed that policy, so now they can spend up to $50,000 without it coming to the board?
that is our policy.
That's the way it's written? Okay.
Is that not correct, Ms.
I'm
Legetta?
not surprised.
Okay.
I am really disheartened to find out that we have a lobbyist that this board did not even know about, when the last word that was ever talked about a lobbyist here was a couple years ago, and we wouldn't even didn't even get a second on a motion for a $10,000 expenditure, and this sounds like it could be more like 20, 25, 30, I don't know.
I think
But
that's just part
I
of
don't
the
like the
problem.
board being kept in the
Sneaky
dark.
stuff. You know,
Okay.
it would have been nice to let the board know that you were looking into hiring a lobbyist.
Well, we engage in contracts all the time for a variety of programs and services, and so to hire a consultant and bring in 1.3 million, if we walk away from this and we don't have any money, then shame on me. But if we can come with 1.3 million, I think it's well worth the investment. And
I still say shame for not communicating with us, Diane. You really should have, just to let us know what the intent was.
okay.
All right. Well, I'm ready to wrap it up. As always, my door and my phone is open. The only time a couple of you have darkened it in the past months is to come talk to me about a workshop to raise property taxes. So if you'd like to talk to me again, I'm always open, and we'll discuss anything you'd like. Have a good evening.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.